Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our AI Med Paediatrics virtual conference. Thanks so much for your participation yesterday, and welcome to any new attendees we've got for day 2. Just to briefly reiterate a few housekeeping points before we get back into the program. Again, all speaking sessions will take place here on the main stage. We warmly encourage you to use the chat function to the right of your screen. Please feel free to submit your questions and comments, and we'll answer as many as we can during the Q&A sessions with our speaker faculty. Do also check out the essential downloads section for additional content. As with yesterday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, today we'll be running 2 roundtable networking sessions. Conversations will be moderated by members from our faculty, and you can find more information about those in the social tab on the platform. If you do have any issues with the event platform itself, please contact AJ at ai-med.io. Finally, a reminder to check out the AI Med app on your app store. Simplest way to sign up for our AI Med Connect platform, which has been designed to facilitate communication and collaboration between the key stakeholders involved in the implementation of AI in healthcare. That is it from me. Thank you so much for listening. Now let's go straight over to Dr. Chang to introduce day 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to AI Med Pediatrics webinar. And we had a really robust day yesterday for day 1, and we're continuing on to day 2 with another day of exciting program. So I think I've taken 2 pages of takeaway notes for all of you to be shared, but I think everything kind of fell under 3 themes. I think the first theme is just to borrow the political saying from years back with the Clinton campaign when his team said it's the economy, stupid, because it's so obvious that that's the main issue. And I think we can also apply that to AI Med Pediatrics, which is it's the data, stupid. It's not about the AI, actually. The technology is pretty robust. It's the data and the IT infrastructure that holds us back. So for those of you who are not particularly interested in going back to school and learn about data science and AI, the very least you could do is help the whole effort by learning about data, databases, and working on IT infrastructure, the 3 areas that I think will give a tremendous boost to data science and projects. So data in sense of sharing, curating, and working on storage issues. So those are all sort of the nuts and bolts that need to be in place. Just like NASA, we celebrated NASA last year at AI Med meeting. There are plenty of people on the ground that were helping the astronauts to get to the moon. So it's similarly, I think we have a lot of work to do in the data and IT areas. So takeaway number 1, it's the data. Takeaway number 2 or theme is that putting on jackets these days because it's getting cold even here in Southern California. And I think figuratively, I think we may be heading towards hopefully a mild AI winter in the sense that the humans kind of hyped the technology and we've seen some pretty impressive early returns. So inevitably there'll be more expectation. And I think that expectation may not be able to be met because the more difficult projects that involve time series data, as was discussed yesterday, and human cognition to be involved will take more time and will demand patience on our part. So I think, some of you know, we've seen 2 AI winters before, but I do think this time the technology is much more robust and the storage capabilities and the chip technology, as well as the healthcare data, are all in place for a much better dividend. So I think we just need to persevere and be patient with the AI technology and work on the data and IT infrastructure to really yield a long-term dividend that I think we should be expecting about a decade from now. So hopefully it's a mild winter. Just like the pandemic in the winter, there's going to be a little bit of turbulence ahead, but hopefully the longer term dividend will be there for us. I think the third theme I picked up on yesterday was the last session that AI in medicine and healthcare, if you're interested in this area, it's going to be a different journey for everybody. Sort of like precision medicine, this is precision career orientation in this domain. Some of us will and have gone back to school. Others will learn online, and still others will learn on the job, sort of working with data scientists. I think all are acceptable, and all are going to be fun for bring this extra dimension to medicine. The most important thing is, I think it's good to, as we talked about last year as well, with the overview effect discussion, it's good to just get away from medicine, go into another domain, in this case, data science, and bring something back. And for those of you who are not well-versed in artificial intelligence, it doesn't matter, because I think the coming decade, the clinician wisdom and thinking process is going to be very, very key as we go through a period in artificial intelligence that will be more focused on human cognition and a little bit less on the statistical methods. As good as they are with machine and deep learning, we will need to start building cognitive elements into our data science projects. So your clinician experience and wisdom is more needed than ever before. So with that, I'm going to introduce our next moderator in session, good friend and colleague that I had the pleasure of working with every day, Dr. Sharif Taraman. Sharif?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharif Taraman. I'm a pediatric neurologist, as Anthony mentioned, and also have a board certification in clinical informatics. We have a really exciting session coming up on natural language processing. The team has put together a fantastic 2 speakers. We have Dr. Gretchen Jackson. She's a pediatric surgeon by training and is the vice president over at IBM Watson and chief scientific officer at IBM Watson. And we have a fantastic talk on the use of natural language process with her. And then our other speaker is Jai Nahar. Jai Nahar is a pediatric cardiologist over at Children's National and over at, also at George Washington University. And I think, Dr. Jackson, you also have a academic appointment at Vanderbilt, I think, correct, too?
Yes.
So we have a
Vanderbilt.
We have an amazing lineup for you today on natural language processing. I think as a clinician, we've all seen some of the early uses of natural language processing, but I think we're all excited to hear about what are the breakthroughs that are coming in, not only from a clinical application standpoint, but also thinking about what is the use of these tools in research and really advancing pediatric care in the future. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
All right, you're going to have to allow me to share my screen if you would like me to show my slides.
The good thing is I'm not in charge of that today, but I think you can.
All right,
there you go.
Great. Okay, super. All right, so what I'm going to talk about today is one particular application of natural language processing or natural language understanding, and that is conversational technologies. And these are tools that can support dialogue and natural language, either in the form of voice or text. And this isn't like emerging stuff, this stuff is here. So before I get started, let me just spend a minute to be transparent about my conflicts of interest. I'm an IBM executive, primarily in the role of a scientist, and I still practice surgery part-time at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I will be discussing some of our IBM products today, so I do have a financial conflict of interest as well as personal biases. I believe very much in what we're doing. I probably won't be discussing the clinical care or the surgery that I do, but if I do, I also have financial conflicts of interest as well as personal biases. So in either case, I will support things that I have to say with scientific evidence or verifiable facts. Let's start with just talking about conversational technologies in general. And again, these are tools that use natural language processing and often use other forms of artificial intelligence to engage in dialogue. And they do that using voice, using text, or sometimes both. There are a lot of conversational technologies that are deployed in your everyday life, many in the forms of customer support, And these are technologies that have a spectrum of functionalities. Many of you have probably used them. So simple chatbots are conversational tools that match a predetermined set of topics with a predefined set of answers. More sophisticated conversational agents are typically based on artificial intelligence, and they employ natural language to actually understand and answer questions in everyday language. And these conversational agents can engage in more complex conversations by understanding meaning and maintaining context in those conversations, such as remembering what you said before or remembering certain characteristics about you. And they may actually be able to use machine learning to learn from their interactions to improve their performance over time. And then the most sophisticated are virtual assistants, and these are conversational agents that aid users in performing specific tasks. And they often, the more sophisticated ones may even have a characteristic personality that has a particular tone or dialect or style in conversation. And some of them can actually detect tone and adjust their own. For example, understanding when someone is really frustrated or scared or sad in the conversation, and then going ahead and addressing that as part of the conversation. So you're probably aware, and you've probably used conversations in your everyday life. And probably the most common use case is for customer support. So you may interact with a conversational agent if you call a financial institution, such as your bank or a credit card company, or if you go online to contact, your internet provider or a cable provider. And hang on one second. My daughter has apparently chosen this moment to print something. So at IBM, we've actually developed conversational agents for a wide variety of industries, including applications for many different stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem. Now, most conversational agents that we provide at IBM are built using something called Watson Assistant, which is a platform for building conversational agents. And as promised, Watson Assistant is one of IBM's products that I'm going to talk about today, and our business does sell it for enterprise conversational solutions. But I want to talk about this platform in particular, because if you are interested in experimenting with it and learning about and developing conversational technologies, Watson Assistant is actually available for free, and you can go this afternoon and set up a Watson Cloud account, and you can actually develop your own conversational tools quite easily for up to 1,000 users and 10,000 messages per month. So you can use the link right on this slide and get started right now. So many of you are probably saying, as Dr. Chang said at the beginning, you're like, look, I'm a doctor, I'm a pediatrician, I'm a surgeon, and not a computer scientist or a data scientist. But the good news is that Watson Assistant has a very simple and intuitive interface for building conversational tools, so you don't have to have advanced programming skills. You can actually use libraries of code that were developed by IBM scientists and implement very advanced natural language processing or AI functionalities to develop and to train your tool. And you can use these libraries to implement advanced functionalities, things like detecting tone or training your agent to do something with a very limited amount of training data. Watson Assistant can connect to almost anything. So it can connect to other applications or channels. It can look up information in knowledge bases, and like almost all IBM solutions, it can be deployed locally at your institution or on the IBM public cloud or on any public cloud using Cloud Pak for data. And the other great feature is that Watson Assistant can easily hand off to the existing humans that are doing the conversations right now and represent the process that you want to automate. So if it fails, it can default to a human. I'd like to give you a couple examples of conversational technologies that we have developed for various stakeholders in that healthcare ecosystem to show you the variety of applications of this technology. So the first is near and dear to my heart. I am a pediatric surgeon, I still practice, and this is a pediatric assessment tool that was developed by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta early in the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was developed for two purposes, to interact with parents and answer questions about, first, if they had children with a fever and a cough, what should they do? Or if they had asymptomatic children who were exposed to someone with COVID-19. And those are two very relevant questions still today. So you can actually go to this hospital's website and play with this tool if you want. So more generally, the COVID pandemic has created an unprecedented amount of consumer health information needs. And many organizations, governments, insurance companies, hospitals, employers across industries suddenly had to answer new and critically important questions to help keep their citizens, their patients, their employees safe. And so beginning in March of this year, IBM, as part of its corporate response to the pandemic, offered Watson Assistant for COVID-19 applications for free to anybody at no charge for 90 days. And provided assistance in getting set up, getting those conversational agents set up. And Watson Assistant was actually widely used to, I think, over like 100 different organizations to answer questions about COVID-19 symptoms, testing, mitigation strategies, new health benefits that were provided through health plans, new policies for coming to work across industries, and many, many other topics. And because many organizations, because the economy was crippled by this pandemic, many organizations experienced staff reductions, and these tools were absolutely critical in maintaining communication channels during this public health emergency. So as I said, I think over 100 different organizations used Watson Assistant. 37 of those shared data with my team. I oversee an evaluation team. Those 37 organizations, which included governments, employers, and provider systems, delivered over 6.8 million messages between March and the beginning of August. And these applications were built very quickly, usually within a day, and showed how you can leverage conversational technologies to broadly meet consumer health needs. So another application, Watson Assistant is also a key component of many other solutions that Watson Health offers, such as Micromedics, which is a robust pharmacologic database with drug monographs, practice guidelines, patient information sheets. It's used by 4,500 different institutions globally, including the US Poison Control Centers, which they use for every single case. And it's recently been integrated with Dynamed, which is a textbook-like disease information resource. So in addition to keyword searching, Micromedics has, and Dynamed soon will have, a Watson Assistant conversational agent that can facilitate getting users precise answers to their questions, and instead of doing a standard keyword search. And my team is actually published, again, I function not in product development or sales, but my team is here to publish scientific studies that show that our solutions work and that they have an impact on health. And we're deliberately separated from sales and development to maintain our scientific, minimize our scientific biases. So we published some of our early experiences with Watson Assistant for Micromedics and JAMIA Open this year, showing that in 80% of the conversations that we had on topics that Micromedics could answer a question, we got people to the right answer. So it's not perfect, but it does a decent job. And we also showed that these conversational agents brought users to a broader range of topics than keyword searches did, suggesting that the conversational aspect of it really allowed us to understand the information needs of the users more deeply and allow them to access a broader range of topics. Finally, at least in the United States, it's open enrollment time, so many employers and health plans are now allowing people to choose health benefits, and health benefits are incredibly complicated. So few people understand them, and I'm sure many of you have had a family member ask, you know, I certainly do as a surgeon, like, how much will this surgery that my child is going to have cost me? And that's a really tough question to answer. So Watson Health has several tools that support organizations, both provider organizations and payers, in helping deliver health benefits and navigate them. And this is called Watson Assistant for Health Benefits. And this is a conversational tool that accesses information from patients, their health plans, and local provider data to answer a wide variety of questions. So for example, this tool can actually answer questions from patients who may have questions about eligibility for services or estimated costs. for call center agents in the health plan, answering beneficiary or provider questions, such as eligibility for services, or a patient saying, what providers will help me get access to this service, or providers who may need information to support patients in shared decision-making. So these are just a few illustrations of the robust types of dialogues that can be supported through conversational technologies that use natural language processing and other artificial intelligence techniques like machine learning. I'd like to thank AIMed for the opportunity to speak at this meeting, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you have at the end of this session.
So please use the quick Q&A box on the screen to ask some questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson, for that really cool talk. I just actually signed up for IBM Watson Assistant right now. So I have it on my other computer over here, and it's welcoming me to the application. So I'll look forward to playing with that a little bit later today, maybe after I finish working today. I want to invite our next speaker, and then we'll circle back and we'll do a panel Q&A. So our next speaker is Dr. Nahar. Again, as mentioned, he is a pediatric cardiologist at Children's National, and he's going to also be talking to us about NLP. Dr. Nahar, if you can turn your camera on, that'd be great.
Yes, okay. Good. So thank you, Sharif, and good morning, everybody. Thanks to Anthony and Alexis and the AIMed team for the invitation and honor to present. So let me share my screen, make sure it's here as a... Yeah, okay, good. 1 second, okay, good. So Dr. Jackson gave an excellent presentation on conversational agents. Part of my kind of presentation involves that, but I'll skip through that part, which Dr. Jackson has already mentioned. But basically, my talk would be more focused towards the applications of NLP and conversational agents. I'll cover some basic introductory concepts. So what is natural language processing is basically the AI methodology which allows computers to understand spoken as well as written human language, a combination of natural language understanding, that is comprehension of what is being said, and natural language generation, which is generating an adequate human-like natural language response. If we look in the clinical care world, the NLP has got many important functions, but one of the important ones is actually automation of data extraction from the EHRs. There's a lot of unstructured data in the EHR, so how we can mine that data, and also entry of the data automatically into our registries for further care. This in turn would lead to advanced analytics and real-time analytic processing so that we can generate actionable insights. These also would lead to prediction, classification, and finally risk stratification so that we can use them for better clinical decision support. The next three functionalities are applicable to conversational AI systems. So building up from the previous slide about the functions of NLP, how we can use that for, this slide highlights the discrete categories of use cases of NLP in our clinical world. So there are two important categories which I'll touch today. First is in application in pediatric care delivery, and second is part of conversational AI, in addition to what Dr. Jackson has already mentioned. There are other categories of NLP which were a quick mention, that is used in physicians' workflow augmentation, how we can use that for revenue optimization, clinical research, and to enhance patient portal user experience. If we look at the use of NLP in care delivery, the current major challenge what we are facing is in healthcare, there is a vast amount of unstructured data trapped in various forms in the EHR and other data sources. As mentioned in the slide, the first step would be data discovery, how we can use NLP applications and solutions for this unstructured data and how we can convert that into a machine interpretable structured data. This in turn would facilitate the second step of advanced analytics, whereby machine learning can be used to enable phenotypic classification, risk stratification, clinical decision support, targeted early intervention, and most important is quality improvement initiatives. Let's look at one real life example of use of natural language processing clinical care delivery. Boston Children's Hospital, Dr. Amir Kimia and his team utilize an NLP-based safety surveillance system to mine the unstructured data from the EHR to capture safety events. They did a pilot project on IV infiltration events, and using this project, they were able to increase the capture of these adverse safety events. Such automated, scalable NLP-based safety surveillance systems can be used to improve quality of care, patient outcomes, and prompt avoidance of adverse patient safety events. Switching gears, another major component of our natural language is speech. So why talk about speech and voice? If we look at a human-computer interaction, which has evolved over the last 4 decades, we went through the stages of graphic user interfaces, World Wide Web revolution, then mobile revolution, and now currently we are in the era of voice and voice user interfaces. And this, the voice era has got great promise, as voice is a natural mode of communication. It's convenient, scalable, available everywhere, offers a rich content by voice biomarkers, which is an evolving frontier in medicine, and offers metadata. So if you look at the conversational AI, Dr. Jackson already talked about it, so I won't go in the details of the definitions, but conversational AI is a technology which allows human-machine interaction through the use of natural conversation using voice user interfaces and machine intelligence. If we look at the conversational AI ecosystem, actually there are 2 worth mentioning. First is chatbots, and second is virtual assistants. An upcoming technology is ambient clinical intelligence. I don't think it has penetrated the pediatric world, but it is coming up in the point of care and also in the at the level of virtual care delivery. Chatbots just basically are an important digital triage patient care provider facing solution. In this slide, I have highlighted an excellent article from Dr. Kulkarni and his group from Children's Hospital of LA about COVID-19 screening chatbots, the framework for it, and how it can be used for digital triage based on risk stratification of these patients to the appropriate level of medical care. Similar models can be used for our other use cases in pediatrics, beyond the COVID-19 screening, basically for other clinical use cases as well. Virtual assistants are another important component of conversation agents. This is an example of voice-enabled virtual assistant from Boston Children's Hospital. They developed a special. They developed a special Alexa skill for their enhanced recovery after surgery, cardiac surgery program, in which the patient's providers and the parents could use this special Alexa skill to provide post-operative update about their child after the cardiac surgery to their providers, and also in turn receive feedback about post-operative appointment information. Similar models of virtual voice-enabled assistance can be used in other pediatric cases, such as post-procedure care coordination for patients who have undergone cardiac catheterization, cardiac electrophysiology procedures, and after cardiac surgery, and after cardiac transplants. So next category is the embodied conversational agents. These are special type of conversational agents, which are computer-generated cartoon-like characters that can be designed for our pediatric patients to indulge in natural communication and more human-like communication with children using speech, using facial expressions, hand gestures, and body stance. On the right side of the slide are some examples of embodied conversational agent. Right bottom is a humanoid robot called as Casper, and such agents have been used for care of autistic patients, but a better design for appropriate level of child's development and use case would have a lot of dividends in pediatric care delivery. Looking ahead in future, NLP can be used in multimodal data fusion solutions to develop contextual AI, which would be more precise for clinical decision making and enable prompt and better predictions and prescription. Also, consideration should be given for integrating the NLP tools and virtual assistants in our EHR to make them more friendly to the physicians. Consideration should be given for developing advanced human-computer interaction solutions like children-friendly humanoid virtual assistants, which have cognition and empathy. From Anthony's talk yesterday, we are looking more for future for a cognitive architecture and how we can build cognition and especially empathy for our pediatric patients. Also, attention should be given in future to developing hybrid technologies such as conversational AI with augmented reality. What Anthony had mentioned yesterday was intelligent reality and integration of conversational AI with robotics to kind of build up intelligent robots which are more user-friendly for our pediatric patients. In conclusion, the natural language processing is an important AI application which can help in unlocking actionable insights from the unstructured data. Conversational AI can be used for kind of implementing intelligent user interface solutions for our pediatric patients and their providers and for augmenting pediatric care delivery. Optimum user experience would require integration of design thinking, and smooth workflow integration, design, data privacy and security are integral to successful implementation of natural language processing and conversational AI tools. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. All right, Dr. Jackson, you can come back on. Okay, so I think the interesting thing about all of this is really kind of the applicability, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about AI Med is we can talk about the future, but also just what's happening right now and how people are using it. And I think both of our speakers gave us great examples. I'll do my quick little disclosure for a second here too. So in addition to my clinical role, I'm the chief medical officer for a startup in Palo Alto called Cognoa, and we work on devices for the autism space. So we have a diagnostic and a therapeutic. But some of the things that we are working on that I think would be interesting to chat about is thinking about how not only do you understand the language and have NLP to interact with a patient, but I thought, Gretchen, your comment about understanding sort of the tone of the conversation was really interesting. So what do you see? How do you see the sort of the acoustic features? So that's kind of the sub language part. So the acoustic features kind of playing into NLU and NLP in the future.
Well, some of the things you just touched upon are really important in designing these agents. One of the things that that one of the designers at IBM says, this isn't just chit chat. So these conversational agents are built to do specific things, and they have often a position, they have a role, and they may or may not have a personality or sort of an approach to someone, but I think they can be used. Conversation is something that we use to build relationships, to build trust, and those are things that actually can be done with a technology. So it's been shown that sometimes people, are very willing to carry on long, deep, emotional conversations with computers that they know are computers, and that they may even be willing to open up more. So I think there are great opportunities for us to expand upon those capacities, whether it is, understanding the emotion by how somebody's tone of voice, or somebody's, whether they're typing in all caps or the speed at which they're typing or things like that, that can help play into enriching those conversations and enriching the interactions through dialogue. And again, when we have data about the nature, when we have metadata about the nature of the conversations, we can also learn from that experience and improve conversation over time. And some of those things may seem crazy, but there are algorithms that can analyze a conversation between a doctor and a patient, and without actually understanding the words in it, just hearing the tone and the cadence can predict very accurately how likely you are to be sued.
Or give me 10 out of 10 on my patient SAT scores.
Or give me 10 out of 10 on your patient satisfaction scores.
So what does the group think about adoption? I think generally medicine has had this kind of bad habit of lagging behind other industries in terms of adopting these things. So maybe Jai, can you talk a little bit about, maybe as a person who does this in the space, or maybe with our colleagues, what are the things that really have driven adoption, not only from the physician perspective, but maybe also from the patient side of things?
So excellent question, Tariq. I think from the patient, as I mentioned in my slide about, we are in the voice user interface era, and basically everybody is connected through mobile devices, and with the IoT coming up as well, like voice is everywhere. So patients, I think, definitely need some sort of communication with their providers and also to get the feedback up. So I think a lot of it is would be patient driven. So there is a demand actually from patient how we can serve and meet these patients. That would be now means from the provider perspective, patient provider perspective. That's number one. And also if you look at the enterprise perspective, we have to meet the patient or our end user or customer demand. So basically for the enterprise to reach out, when I say enterprise is actually providers and all of us on the other side, if we have to reach out to the patients and fill this care gap, that's what we need to use the conversational tools out, which are, which are upcoming, which are scalable, and if they would have a lot of dividends. So both from the patient and patient care delivery perspective and from the provider perspective, how to meet a common ground, I think that is going to drive adoption. And if you look at successful organizations, actually, if we implement this in our digital portfolio for patient care, that will give us a competitive advantage as a healthcare delivery system.
Yeah, and I would add that our patients are way ahead of us. So by and large, it's the provider and the provider organizations that are the problem. Our patients are way ahead of us in adopting technologies. They are open to these, they are open to using a wide variety of emerging technologies with respect to their health, as long as they have the trust of the person that has their data. And so that building that relationship is building that relationship and being very, very transparent about how one uses and shares your data is particularly important, whether you're a provider organization or a tech company or the two working together. But it is our patients have always been way ahead of us, and they have health information at their hands. They have health availability to health data, and they may even have availability to tools like we offer to analyze that data. And so if we don't get on board with using some of these advanced technologies, that will be behind. And I would say, as was just said, the organizations that are on the forefront, that will be a differentiator for them in competing for patients.
What about privacy issues? I think I don't worry too much about privacy. I do a lot. I'm a pretty open book. But do you think that privacy issues? I mean, you talked about trust a little bit, but do you think privacy issues are things that are barriers? Or do you think that those are things that are easily overcome? I think about, we're an international organization too, and the EU, for example, has some very stringent rules about what can leave the country and where do you store it and what are you allowed to store. Or in California, where I live, we have now even more strict privacy laws, which I think are a good thing, but how does that maybe stifle innovation or application of these types of things?
So I can take a stab at it. Basically, as I mentioned in my last takeaway slide, privacy and security of data is very important for patients to develop trust in us. Actually, we need to ensure and be transparent about how they're, especially I'm talking about conversational agents, how the data will be shared and where would it be stored, stuff like that, and how it will be used, because that's something which is primary for bringing out any solution to the patients. They need to be aware about what's happening, and that will drive adoption as well. So I think that's an integral component for a successful implementation of any solution.
I couldn't agree more, and I think it is probably the number one issue that people, at least from a healthcare consumer standpoint, think about. I'm probably on the other side. I'm incredibly paranoid. And I'm an open book in many ways, but at the same time, I think that I trust no one and expect sabotage. Those are rules of surgery. And so I think that trust is critical and transparency is the answer. So it is definitely the case that most of those little chatbots that you use are for, whether it's Alexa or someone else, they are using your data to train their systems. And it is, certainly it has been for years and years, well before these issues were at the forefront, one of the core pillars of IBM that trust is the foundation of all relationships, and that for our solutions, we don't use your data to train any of our algorithms unless you give us permission to do so.
Again, maybe going off on the kind of the international tangent, I think a lot of these things are very English or maybe US centric, and that's not the world, right? I mean, we have partners all across the globe in AI Med. So are there challenges of thinking about how these things go into other languages, or how usable are they in different cultures, different languages? What sensitivities do we have to be thinking about?
So I can pitch in from other countries, especially let's say if you were to deploy this chatbot in India. First thing is actually it needs to be designed for people there, understand their customs, and actually should be in the language spoken by majority of people. So proper design thinking, end user approach would be very important. Understanding the culture of what's there and catering to their, customizing it to their local needs. This is as far as the design thinking part of it, but as far as the infrastructure is concerned, how will we deploy it? First is the device, then also the use of internet availability, the cost, scalability, all those factors should be considered, and then who will pay for it and how it will be, what kind of ROI is there. So that all needs to be factored for deploying in other countries. Of course, this can be done, but these are the things which need to be taken care of. From the technical perspective I think Dr. Jackson can comment on about how to use it for different language dialects.
Yeah, I don't know that I think I would just echo what you just said, that while I think there are great opportunities for a machine to know, 35 different languages may not be typically hard. What is important is as you switch the audience from one background to another, of understanding the behavioral and cultural nuances of that audiences and how you should interact, what level of formality would be expected for a particular context, and making sure that those adjustments are made as the switch is made.
So here's a question from the audience. This sounds like there's a lot of NLP tools that are available. So if we're working in an institution or a children's hospital or something like that, how do we get started? How do we move this forward?
So as far as the NLP tools are concerned, I would gear more towards the user use case, proper use cases, focus more on the low hanging fruits. So there actually we can have a buy-in from our financial, from the higher up C-level executives. What I see as a use case is actually Boston Children's Hospital did an excellent project on safety events, because safety is tied to quality and our outcomes and adverse events and cost saving. So basically some how do we tap and capture these undetected safety events? That would be number one. And on outpatient ambulatory side is actually no-show prediction, which is actually one of my interests. How do we predict patients who are going to be no-showing, and how do we determine social determinants of health from that, and reaching out to them for proper access, so these patients do not land up utilizing ER and getting readmitted, especially for high-risk patients. So those are the two low-hanging fruits, which I think NLP should actually would be good use cases for NLP in an organization setting.
I like the idea of a reprimand bot. It calls the family and tells them, "Why did you no-show?"
That's great. Yeah, I think there's an opportunity perhaps for conversational agents to be something that can bridge the disconnected healthcare experience. So that, if you can have conversational technologies that could touch the different pieces and provide information, with connecting to a healthcare system, connecting to different pieces of the healthcare system, or, making connections between the delivery of healthcare and the payment for healthcare and things like that. They're often, I think it is the experience of most healthcare consumers that interactions, especially complex ones with a healthcare system, tend to be very disconnected. And if you can have a friendly face and or a friendly voice, at least, that could help connect those, that provided the common theme or throughout a healthcare journey, I think that might be a great application. A lot of the applications that are being used now are artifacts of things that we've done badly in health information technologies and informatics. So there are a lot of natural language processing effort to summarize electronic health records, which that's just because they were made badly with primary care and ambulatory care orientation, and they were also their intense regulatory and reimbursement requirements, which people are finally trying to dial down, which is great. I do think there's a role, one of the for using it to help keep up with the medical literature. So there are natural language processing techniques that can go out and sort of canvas a set of literature and summarize that. And it's something that we utilized during the pandemic to synthesize the emerging science. And I think that's also a place where almost all of us just struggle to read the 10,000 articles that come out every day.
So there's a question about GPT-3. So there's been a lot of chatter about that and how that might change things. Do we think that that's going to improve our current NLP tools in healthcare?
I don't know what that is.
So I did a little learning about, I'm still a learner. I'm totally a fetus in this stage of GPT-3, but pardon me for my ignorance. I looked over, did some research on it. I'm not sure about the healthcare aspects, how it would be used. I know Anthony did mention that it has got a lot of promise, but hopefully I would like to see some use cases initially and how it can be kind of, developed in from there. There could be a lot of promise, absolutely, the way in which the model is trained, but I would like to see some more use, like, early adoption, maybe some more research about it. That's just my personal thought.
So I can tell you that a friend of mine asked GPT-3, what's the best form of government? And it replied, a democracy. And then he asked it, what do you think we could do to improve democracy? And it gave some pretty good suggestions, like all legislators need to actually read the laws before they pass them, and that all laws should have evidence in science and have just like you do a thesis, you have to cite your references. They have to do research to prove what would be the effect of the law on us. So interesting. The other question here is really thinking about the future as we have a few minutes left to wrap up. What synergies do you feel really are going to help advance the field? If you could think about 2050, 2100, or whatever it is, so getting into I guess 2022, I don't know, whatever it is, way in the future, 50, 100 years from now. What do you see really as the future of NLP and innovation in this area?
I think, ideally, it's really the future is integrating in a seamless way these different modalities for interaction. So not only voice or what someone might say or someone might type or someone might write, but with sensor data from nonverbal communication or someone moving about their house, from a healthcare system to understand how well they've recovered. Internet of Things, as was mentioned before, data from a wide variety of both patient-generated as well as healthcare institution sources to understand and interact with people using multiple modalities.
So building upon what Dr. Jackson just said, few things from my side. Number one is a seamless connection. It makes a lot of sense for these technologies to work in background so that it can be used. Number two is actually what will propel forward is the device AI miniaturization of and plus connectivity of these devices, very smart devices. Third aspect would be cognitive architecture, which is very important, which I'm sure IBM is way ahead in that field. But what Anthony mentioned yesterday about development of cognitive architecture, which will help actually to propel the AI, which is right from the device into the edge, cloud, and way up to our healthcare systems. So definitely cognition, empathy, which are like much higher functions, like, and development of that will also drive trust, explainability, and future AI adoption. These are some of the points which I would like to say for future we should be thinking about.
Yeah, my hope as a neurologist is that we move from understanding and maybe picking up things to these higher order level concepts. And really, I think NLP is really the first step towards real cognitive computing and being able to, interact with artificial intelligence in a very natural way. So looking forward to it. I think that wraps up our session. This was fantastic. It was a pleasure to have both of you on and sharing your thoughts and expertise with all of us. And I'm excited for the future of NLP and pediatrics for sure.
Thank you, Sharif.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen, Jai, and Sharif, for a very enlightening session on natural language processing. And I do think GPT-3 could be a game changer, just like ImageNet was a game changer for image interpretation, but we'll see. I think in the next year or two at our future AM and pediatrics meetings, we'll see that progress firsthand. So thank you for such an exciting session. So we're going to move on now to something that we've been hearing from all of you as attendees to incorporate into our meeting, which is if we are interested in a data science project, can you show us how we actually do one? And I'm going to invite some smart colleagues, Robert, Richard, and Randall, all our names. And then there's also Mei Wang, and Howard that you met yesterday. So if you could turn your cameras on. So a real-time data science project, and it was we were intentionally kind of blinded to Richard's proposal for a project. So just to show everyone, how do you actually get started? And hopefully someday we'll actually do this project, right, Richard? It'll be kind of fun to—
That would be lovely.
Give an update every year on how your project is going. So let's keep that in mind, Alexis. We'll just bring Richard back every year. So I think just as a preamble to frame our session, I think that not enough time is usually given to defining precisely what the question is. And I think I see lots of projects jumping on, especially during this COVID era. Oh, let's do something about COVID, and people just jumping on getting data. But I don't think we pause enough. What's a question to ask? And we're just kind of dive right in data, not too dissimilar to when we do research, right? Sometimes we just have interesting population and we kind of jump right in and forgetting what is the question. So I think the number one thing I like to do with with Howard and other data scientists that we have is just sit down and really clearly defining the question, or at least precise patient population. So I think we should do that. So I think there are many diagrams delineating the data science workflow. And I think this is one of the better ones because there's some detail and not just sort of what you see at the top half of the diagram. So the question, patient population, and we have to work on the data. So go data preparation, and many words are associated with this area, basically making the data a little bit more usable. So you hear terms like data wrangling, data curation, how to get the data in the first place, right? Howard and I spend lots of time just trying to get the data and figuring out where the data is going to come from. So we talked about that yesterday to some degree. I think, so I like to draw music analogies, as some of you know. I think that could be looked upon as sort of getting your music notes. Where do you get them? How do you compose it? How do you get it in a good form? And so that's a very, very foundational layer that's very important. Then you, when all of that is done, by the way, this data preparation sounds, it's a little bit of a, not visually accurate because you think that these are all equal steps, but data preparation sometimes takes 80% of the time. And then the rest of the steps are pretty straightforward. The model training, you can look at as getting the instrument and start playing the notes. So that's, we didn't talk about ensemble models, but quite often, and the ones that are used very often are random forest, which is a ensemble of decision trees, as well as tools like AdaBoost and Extreme Boost. Those are just a set of models that you may be already familiar with. And then there's model optimization. So you're really fine tuning the orchestra. And then the model evaluation, accuracy, and then finally, at the end, you're ready to deploy, not just in your own hospital, but hopefully across other hospitals as well. And that's kind of like your performance in a concert hall, which I think we all miss to some degree. So in a nutshell, that sort of frames our session. And so we're going to take Richard's request to have issue, right? Imagine a life issue that to help solve. And Richard is the researcher from the British Heart Foundation, worked at GOS in London. And Richard, do you want to just tell your proposed question for us?
Yeah, thanks very much. So this was basically a scenario that I've got in the back of my mind, and it's something that I observe quite a lot up on our intensive care unit. And the question is really how we can address this. So give you a quick example, very much like other places, our intensivists will go around the unit and see all the patients probably about 3 times a day, and they'll have nurses that look after the patients. And again, they'll probably note down certain factors every hour, but we've got an electronic health record that records all the parameters a lot quicker. So, let's say every minute, for example. Now, let's say, for example, that we take a 3-year-old female patient with some unknown respiratory disease. She ends up on a ventilator. And over time, we notice on the EHR that there is an increase in pressures. There's sort of an oscillation, but it's generally increasing over time. Now, this isn't necessarily picked up on those notes when you look at a patient every hour to record these things. So the question really is, how can we use machine learning and AI to not only observe these trends, but then compare them back to patients we've already seen. So when we don't know the diagnosis, let's try and work out what that diagnosis could be. And based upon the factors that we know, what is it telling us about the progression of the patient in front of us? Are there increasing pressures indicative of a normal recovery? Is it inadequate ventilation settings, for example? Or is it a sign of deterioration? And then so that one step further, sort of closing that loop, is how can we then integrate that into a way that we can alert the clinician to go and see that patient if it's, depending on what they need. So it might be alerting the bedside nurse to know that the ventilator might need changing, alerting the registrar, or as we call them in England, to go and just review the patient, or alerting the consultant to say, you need to go to that bed space immediately. How can we bring those things in?
All right. So I'm going to go into a scribe mode here and get this slide to be bigger. And then, so I'll be scribing as well as moderating our very intelligent colleagues here. And let's see how far we can get with this project. All right, I imagine you can all see this slide? Okay. So Richard, maybe more precisely in a shorter phraseology, can you define the precise question for us?
Yeah, so first of all, how can we observe trends and compare them to what we've seen before? Very simple. Second stage is how can we take previous known data and apply it to real-time regressions, essentially, real-time values. That's
okay. Okay.
And then thirdly, how
Okay. Good question.
I'll let you type.
We only have half an hour, so let's know the third
Essentially,
question.
how do you classify that?
Maybe we'll just pick one because I think they're all related anyway. But what is your third question?
Only how can we then use that data to sort of start classifying patients?
So you do want to classify deterioration versus no deterioration? Is that what you had?
But let's keep it that. Or I was going to say, keep it simple. As simple as it can.
Okay. So maybe I think in all. Okay. So we'll just add that. You'll have to excuse my scribe abilities here. Okay, so
can I ask if the question is more generalizable to how are given physiologic observations or trends in a patient identified as potentially deleterious, harmful? Is that the question?
That's what I should have said.
So remembering our kind of the stepwise process. So and we have an amazing panel here, almost too many stars on this all-star team. So data. So let's figure out how to get the data. What kind of data you want? Where are you going to get it from? And in a way, this is almost easier because we have an isolated environment. But anybody? I know Randall will have the answer because he actually does. Maybe we can just ask others to chime in before Randall have his, because he's doing this day in, day out. Anybody? ICU or the OR environment. And Richard has asked for ways of basically predicting a yes, no to deterioration. Anybody?
I was going to say I think data is absolutely the first where you need to start. You need to get data from these devices to begin with. So I guess my question is we have to figure out a way to interface all these devices, and we need to do it in a way that's kind of robust and reliable enough. So when we think of real-time implementation down the road, we can support it. So we need ways to stream data off of devices and stuff like that. And Richard, in your particular case, I'm not sure if you have any infrastructure in place already to do that.
Yeah, we've got some structure in place, mainly to do with ventilators and sort of real-time events on the ICU. But almost what you're describing and what we're looking at implementing is almost like a universal streaming service. So anything that's connected to the patient and that outputs real-time data can almost be sent down in one sort of long channel of data, one sort of universal data. So we have got that to a certain extent with a few of our ventilators, for example, into Epic is what we use. So that is there.
And does Epic provide the level of granularity that you want to work with?
No, not entirely. At least what we can find in the back end is that we can get out sort of minute by minute data. I mean, it would be nice to have more than that on whatever frequency is outputted by the machine itself. However, you can get to it in the back end. It simply cannot display it as yet on the patient's notes, mainly because it doesn't need to. I think that's the big other consideration.
May and Howard, any thoughts about what other kinds of data you need?
Yeah, I was gonna just comment. I guess if there's any kind of sensor where we can convert any kind of data into any electric signal, right, a certain voltage, we can use an embedded system like a Raspberry Pi to take in any number of signals and do any kind of computation or modeling within that system, and then possibly display it. So that's just my high-level thought. I don't know if that's, if we have those kind of electric signals that we can get, those kind of sensors that are appropriate for this problem.
May and Robert?
So we have worked with some backmaster data for ICU. So there are three things to consider while we collect the data. So one thing is related to the system. All the devices need to be calibrated. This is the important piece to control the data quality. Second one is we actually work on the ICU. They have some devices obtaining a different granularity data for the same kind. So I think it's important to also looking into the unit and the standard to make sure the data on the same calibration. And third thing is potential noises. So when we're actually talking about the data, another important factor is normally you're talking about classification. You have already predefined your problem to be supervised or at least semi-supervised. So that's why the data not only need to be calibrated, recorded, assess the noise, but also very importantly, to annotate the data. For example, talking about the ventilation, we spend a month to get the ICU physician to annotate the data change when this annotation happens, which actually is not automatic. When you collect the data, you need to put a certain mark annotation there.
Well, I think another important factor when you're bringing in data from multiple sources is registration. Every one of these instruments has its own clock. And as we know, they're not set to the same time. And if you suddenly have a flow sheet with a whole bunch of timestamps on it that are not registered to the time system, or you're trying to do research on that data, and your etiometry clock is different than your Eclipse's clock and your Philips clock and your ventilator clock, it's a mess. So being certain that registration is the same is pretty important. This is also true when you're moving from the operating room to the ICUs. Often those clocks are all different, and trying to sort out what's happened to a patient can be challenging. I think we've also, and this is sort of an annotation line, the annotation in the EMR happens with the nurses at the bedside. This pattern that you showed on the screen, which I guess is an airway pressure in a very short period of time going up with nearly every breath, would not have been missed by the sister at the bedside when I was at GOS, and I imagine it isn't missed now. So the question is more challenging. How do you take it in the context of everything else going on? That I think our alarm system for sudden increase in airway pressure, if that's what this is, or even blood pressure or decrease in heart rate, are adequate for human beings at the bedside. But you want to put this into context, and what does it really mean? Is it a plugged endotracheal tube which needs immediate attendance and all will be well when it's dealt with? Or does this mean something else? And there's a host of other things it could mean, depending on what the other data is. So I think you do need to set up a system that can integrate data in a timely fashion and really sort of give you an idea of the overall aspects of what's going on with the patient as well.
I think the time registration is a key thing, because I learned from doing assignments off of the Mimic database. And Leo Selly told me afterwards that actually a lot of times the time that you think is correct for a medication increase or administration is actually hours off. So you're making all these conclusions based on erroneous sense of the timing of everything. So yeah, time registration, just like image registration when you do image projects, are very, very important to keep everything aligned and in sync.
I think this is a prayer for the future. When we have AI systems that actually read the records as they're created, and those are actionable data, and physicians, clinicians, and everyone responds to them, then the nurses, who are largely responsible for making sure the data is in the right place at the right time. When did I give this drug? When did the patient sit up in bed? When did the parents visit? Whatever. Because they will understand how much more important than it is. Your scenario where the intensivists drift by 3 times a day, look at the EMR for 2 seconds in front of the nurse and then drift away again, doesn't encourage accurate record keeping. And we really need to be working with our colleagues, our human being colleagues, to accurately make sure our records are correct. And it still takes a human to eliminate extraneous values.
Yeah. Randall, coming back to the time registration, in the virtual PICU, do you have the signals coming in directly from the IV pumps when the nurse changes the volume for medications, or do you rely on unstructured notes?
Oh, we do not rely on unstructured notes. We don't have enough data scientists, doctors, or anyone else to dig the information out of those. We do have pump information coming straight into the EHR, as we have ventilator information coming straight into the EHR. We also have another system, Philips, which has a much more granular time base, and then the registration issue comes up.
Right. There are companies that are actually trying to concierge all of these things together for you, so you don't have to have the headaches. I'm not allowed to say any of them, but I think one of the key things here is, in my mind, yes, we always want human in the loop for AI projects, but perhaps the data acquisition part, we need to get the humans out of the loop, because they're less helpful than I think machines just getting their signals in, assuming they're correct, of course. I mean, you always have to have oversight, but perhaps not directly in the way. Robert, any thoughts from your work in terms of what we have so far? So we're up to the point of trying to pick a model that would classify a deterioration.
Yeah, so one thing I will go back just quickly. I wanted to reiterate Randall's point on timestamping. To put it into perspective, this is by far the biggest problem that we run in. And we have a team of 15 data scientists, and one of them's full-time job is literally to model time and correct it. Because even though there's systems out there, the Capsules, the Bedmasters of the world, that try to fix it, and oftentimes what you find is that they fix it at a low granularity level, but when you get to high granularity levels, I mean, we do mostly a lot of waveform work. It ends up doing more damage than it's worth.
Do you
so
have
you
data
literally
scientists? Do you have data
go ahead.
scientists volunteering for that position? It's got to be.
Actually, yes. Our most seasoned one is obsessed with time to a hilarious degree, and he models it. And we're literally using AI to build models to model time differences in different systems to correct it, just to clean up our data sets.
AI for the data curation, which is actually a very popular topic in the AI world. Because
what's his name, and does he want to live in California?
He lives on the beach in Newcastle, Australia, so I think that's going to be a pretty tough sell.
Do you know, you guys might laugh at this, but do you know where I get the latest and greatest on time registration AI, types of AI? Is in all the finance meetings that talk about AI, because the Wall Street trades are literally nanoseconds in terms of dividend. So, I mean, it's fun. And I think we should take after them in terms of, there's no reason to reinvent everything. And I think we can learn a lot from people like that. As a matter of fact, maybe it's a good future AI Med speaker to just talk about the finance world and how they look at data, especially time registration. May, since you brought up a potential model to classify deterioration, yes or no, how would you, I know you've done some work also in this area, so how would you put it all together to have a model constructed?
So as already said, at the moment you're talking about the classification, that's already beyond the unsupervised clustering approach. So we need to first have physician working with the data scientist and the nurse in the setting, annotate the one with ideally group of patients with no deterioration versus another group of patients with deterioration. That's the part, usually because it's very time consuming, you won't be able to get a lot, but getting a limited set of that, then you can actually use the semi-supervised, using the known knowledge, train the parameter, and then apply that to unlabeled data. Expand your training sample. Combine the labeled, annotated with unlabeled, extend that and to do your training.
All right. Now this is relatively straightforward, but I'm gonna, since this is such a smart group, I'm gonna raise the level of difficulty. Let's say instead of classification, which is deterioration or no deterioration, however you want to define it. Richard's getting smart about this, and he said, wow, this doesn't seem too difficult for this group. So I'm speaking on behalf of Richard. We want a real fuzzy-like score to tell us what's the likelihood of deterioration from 0 to 100. Are you okay with that, Richard? I'm speaking on your behalf. Tell me a score, because it's not deterioration versus no deterioration. It's almost too late by the time you classify this and you have all these issues. I want a score, 0 to 100. What's the likelihood of deterioration, however I want to define it? And by the way, I want an age-specific deterioration score, which is a hard part in pediatrics as well, right? So I know it's been done. It's not too big a deal, but how would you set this up so it gives you a 0 to 100 score? May, any ideas from a data science perspective? So it's a fuzzy logic, fuzzy thinking, meaning a continuous data rather than a dichotomous data as a label. How would you set this up differently?
So now I'm going to introduce two different concepts here. The moment we're talking about machine learning classification, in data and science, in the engineer field, we call it a reductionist approach, where all you care is put them into several different categories without knowing exactly what's the model. Don't forget that meanwhile, we have another bigger class of models to deal with temporal data. That's exactly how like speech recognition is working. I used to work in multimedia speech recognition. That's real-time data. Speech, when you talk, the system in the back immediately crank, trying to figure out what the word you're saying in almost real-time fashion. So in that regard, the data we're looking at right now, talking about the scoring, we actually can go back to the original temporal data, which is the waveform data in this sense. We actually look at the trending itself without the categorizing. Categorizing become reduction approach to machine learning, but directly looking into the model. In that regard, we have a multiple model can directly help in this, such as the average range, the windowing of your past data, and then project the future, and then feed to the incoming data. And using that difference between the you projected versus really what's happening, using that delta to help you what's the risk, predict the risk.
Robert, any thoughts? Are you doing that already? Or do you have just a likelihood deterioration as a classification rather than a trend? Do you have a score of any kind? Yeah.
So I'm in my group. Yes, we are doing that. I'm not the best one to ask. We are actively working on deterioration models, and we are basically doing both. And we're going to see which one is more useful, both approaches, see which one's more useful, both in a numeric point of view and ultimately from a clinician point of view.
Randall, sounds like you're already doing that, right? Based on your talk.
Well, we have we have two, well, we probably have about 5 approaches to this problem. Trying to look at an EMR, get doctors to look at an EMR and decide when a patient is critical or even unstable. The concordance between multiple practitioners is terrible. It's a little, where the concordance is highest is among senior attendings, not surprising, and not so good, but the concordance is still terrible. And to say when an instability or deterioration period begins and when it stops just by the docs, I've given up. They can't read the records and agree. Now, if you put them all in a room and have them fight it out for hours, you can get through a patient. If I get 1,000 patients, I'll be dead. So that's been difficult. Now, we did do that I talked about briefly yesterday, we trained an RNN to predict mortality. So we get a score, probability of death, which as people with Rothman indexes, NP-LAUD, or any other severity of illness score, they all are correlated and calibrated against mortality, which is a clear-cut target, but unfortunately a rare target. So variation in, and we certainly trend that. We can do that every minute. Whenever there's new data that enters the RNN, we get a prediction of mortality. So you have a score that goes from, 0.1, 10% mortality, to 0.99, a likelihood at that moment that patient has a high mortality. And that score varies over time. We are implementing that blindly first in our ICU to see if it's valid and identify periods of time where we think patients are deteriorating versus going back and looking what actually happened before making it available to clinicians. That's one thing, but that just saying you're getting bad's one thing.
Just interject with a question, because I think in the more mature cardiac units that you and I work in and have worked in, one of the problem is that you have a pretty seasoned staff, you have a very good heart surgeon. Not only is the mortality low, but even cardiac arrests are very uncommon events.
Should never
because
happen.
You do anything proactive. So in a way, you're your worst enemy when it comes to data science, because you're actually preventing those things with humans, and you lack the data. So when you try to generalize your tool, it may be difficult when you go to another unit, right? So
That's true.
And I think that's a realistic issue, right? Because I remember working in units, and cardiac arrest it's like a once a month phenomenon. And then what do you do? I mean, so maybe it's less important that the humans are agreeing, and it's more important that we just come up with things that we want to avoid as a different, thinking. Humans will never agree to a large level. So
another way we're looking at this deterioration or severity of illness score is to look in various domains.
Yeah.
So we have a respiratory domain, a hemodynamic domain, a drug domain, a pressor domain, and we're trying to predict deterioration in each of those domains, like predict an increase in pressor needs from the whole patient's chart, but really looking narrowly at the pressor domain, and really try and hone predicting who will benefit from more pressors, or who is ready for extubation or who is about to fail extubation. A whole host of those clinical questions we face in the ICU all the time, we're trying to see if we can predict those, and then take all of those domains and their sort of likelihood scores, and have a generalized score for patient criticality. Oh, I don't want to use that term. It's already been used by someone else in the last few months. Let's that and instability is really difficult to define. So we'll just have a score that tells you how well your patient is or how sick.
Yeah, look at it from the other extreme. I think what you just said reminds me of some of the AI work that's being done in the drug repurposing area, trying to combine deep learning with sort of systems biology aspect that's less predictable. And I think, just making everything more complicated, but I think it's also more useful not to just rely on deep learning to give you insight. May, you look like you had a comment. Yeah.
Making things more complicated. Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. So I was actually talking about using a temporal domain, the data doing like a weather forecast that directly predict what's going on. And if we do choose using machine learning, the way we're doing this is we need to priorly capture the temporal window of the signal, and then getting a pattern and pre-train, as Randall just mentioned, the different domain, different condition. We pre-train those, then create, in speech recognition, we call it a code book. Code book means there's certain pattern, right? And when that pattern happens, clinicians see it, they can tell. Now we just need a machine to capture those patterns, like the code word. And then we have a real time, a new patient coming, you use code word to quickly do a fit. Figure out the currently until now, the patient, the past, the history, the temporal pattern, fit which code book, so that you can put them into that different categories of high risk, mid risk, low risk. And then once you do that, you ideally, you still want to combine the real-time temporal data beyond just the reduction approach. Reduction approach will give you a big category. Getting more detailed, you want to have more refined granularity. in tracking. So that's one thing I just want to add, saying that it's not that the pre-sort coding is not useful. In fact, it is very important to utilize the accumulated knowledge for individual patient. This is called personalized tracking. You want to use the model you pre-trained based on hundreds of thousands of patient history, use those knowledge using the code word to first put the patient into the relevant category. And then after that, you do a refined tracking. We call it, in speech recognition, we call it adaptive learning. Now the machine learning has adaptive learning with different meaning, but the same idea, you got to do the training. That's the one thing I just want to add.
So Howard, any thoughts from you about, you're good at time series data from your work.
Yeah, so I've also been involved in speech as well. And I think in going kind of zooming out and going back to the question of, how can we get kind of like a likelihood or probability? I've had experience with generative models, such as Gaussian mixtures, and that's a very basic model. But it is very good at capturing the probability of like a set of data, how much it differs from another set of data. So like, for example, we can kind of like what May was already saying, we could do some windowing, and then as time progresses, the data within the window could shift. And then the modeling, the generative model that we can train off of that, you can see how much it differs from like models that were trained on normal patients, as well as patients that needed treatment, and just comparing the deviations between these models. So I think generative modeling, I think it's just one term I just want to throw out there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, is how do we get more data? The other thing that actually Kevin May presented at the cardiology meeting was a creative use of not just thinking about RNN, which is the robust model, but using convolutional neural network to look at waveform morphology as an additional data source. So, we're just adding different dimensions in this symphony, excuse the pun here, in a musical analogy. And I think you need percussion, you need strings, you need horns. I mean, it just, eventually within a decade, I think we're going to start seeing some really amazing, robust insights coming out of all of this, because that will help, any clinician in a very busy cardiac unit that Randall and I worked in all of our careers, and especially make up for the potential deficit when you have lack of seasoned clinicians physically in the unit. I think it's going to be a tremendous help. So again, I think maybe it's less important to agree on who's going to deteriorate immediately, but more important to raise the baseline of awareness so people kind of react to those. And I think maybe this is a case in which accuracy is perhaps not the most important thing, but just raising alerts and awareness is probably more
sensitivity
important.
Is more important than specificity.
Yeah, exactly. And then Randall, so let's say Richard is, just to finish up here, is very interested in your RNN work. And can you generalize that to GOS?
Do you mean take our model and just say, here's the algorithm, plug it in? I wouldn't want to try that. And
tell us why.
Not just, okay. And the answer is in all the data. Back to your first step about data. It will work, first of all, easy on a data set with the same data model that has been curated in the same fashion and has been cleaned and prepared. It also, well, that's one, and that's not a trivial matter. Next, the normalization process, we didn't sort of talk about. If you just throw a bunch of clinical data into a network, it really doesn't know how to weight changes in that data. And for example, as we all know, a change in pH of 1 is catastrophic, whereas a change in heart rate of 1 is irrelevant. So there has to be a normalization for each one of those parameters in the same way to expect the same sort of answer.
But let's make it easier on the data side, because we can talk about the data aspect forever. But let's say they're just going to
That's
say,
perfect. It's exactly the same data set. Next.
we'll respect how you have done all the data curation and wrangling. And we just want to see if your RNN model can generalize to our ICU.
The next step in that is our ICU's outcomes are the result of our clinicians. And further than that, our nurses, our whoever else was involved. That's a very subtle question that is difficult to answer, but I am not 100% certain that the same observations in that population is transferable somewhere else. They may have different outcomes with the same population managed the same way. And therefore the prediction of those outcomes may be different. And it may not. So that's something we have to wait to see. That's why we need to have multi-center data brought together to make sure this is generalizable. And if there are, I mean, VPS runs a company looking at simple outcome scores to see if ICUs perform the same. And they don't. They perform from terrible to fantastic in almost a smooth gradient over hundreds of units in lots of dimensions, using a standard measure. What I am sure is that the model, and I'm sure the GOS can do this, has data scientists who can take their data and use the same basic approach and will generate in their setting, if they, and I'm sure they have enough patients, the same answers. Even training sets of a few thousand are adequate. And if done in a very disciplined fashion. So applying an RNN methodology in their setting, I have confidence would work.
Good. All right.
It's the method I trust. It's not necessarily the application or the data.
So I'm gonna let the musicians have the last word in a way. So I think despite your best efforts, your model may sound like this. If I can get to play this.
Come on, they're just tuning up.
This is a symbolic, Randall, you know me.
Oh.
So I think we're here.
Either that or Stockhausen.
They're all the right notes, just not necessarily in the right order.
That's right. So I think within a decade, we're going to see ICUs like Randall's and others leading the way, and we'll be seeing this. By the way, that's the Église Saint-Germain in Paris, Christmas Eve, which I know we're all dying to get back to traveling and seeing other places and visiting friends like all of you. So with that, I'm going to hand the session to Alexis, and just want to thank this amazing panel that made the panel especially a fun one for me. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for a great session. We are halfway through our day 2 offering right now. We are now breaking for the networking. Again, if you look on your event platform for the social tab, you can select to join a discussion around enhancing clinician data scientist collaboration, and we saw some of that just now, or future applications of AI in pediatrics. We will be back at 1 o'clock Eastern time here on the main stage as we continue with 2 excellent panel discussions to round out our AI Med Pediatrics meeting. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everybody, and to our last few sessions of AIMed and Pediatrics. It's been a very robust discussion throughout the program, and we're going to finish with a couple of really interesting and relevant sessions. The session that's here now is going to focus on the future of AI in pediatrics. Welcome back, everybody, and particularly last few sessions of AIMed and Pediatrics. It's been a very robust discussion of the program, and we're going to finish with a couple of really interesting and relevant sessions. The session that's here now is going to focus on the future. And whoever is playing the program. Welcome back, everybody. And okay, just want to take this opportunity then quickly to introduce a colleague and friend, Dr. Terry Sanger, who is our new Chief Science Officer at Children's Hospital Orange County. He's also a neurologist and a AI enthusiast and expert. So I thought he was the perfect person to lead this session. So Terry.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Anthony. It's a pleasure to be here. And this is such an exciting topic, which is the future applications of artificial intelligence in pediatrics. And I think as pediatricians, we're very used to using natural intelligence, in other words, our own, to solve problems. And the question is, where are there opportunities for augmentation of that, for helping pediatric decision-making, pediatric interventions, and the use of these advanced technologies? I am a big fan of saying that natural intelligence, at least so far, always beats the artificial versions of it. And so the goal is not to substitute, but to augment. And I think we have an excellent series of panelists here who are going to talk about ways in which that can be done. And these may include topics such as the potential of digital twins and the way in which we can use these technologies to improve design of wearables. I'm very pleased to have Dr. Totsi, Dr. Baker, Sarah Gerke, Kathy Jenkins, Todd Ponsky, and we are going to pursue this topic, and I will open the floor to discussion and those who would like to begin talking about the future applications of artificial intelligence in pediatrics.
Well, I can start off just to touch on our experience with the digital twin. If you can see behind me, the new Sean Jenkins Children's Hospital in Charleston, South Carolina was built over the course of, it opened a little over a year ago, or just under. And as part of putting that hospital together, we were fortunate enough to outfit the hospital with real-time location system technology, which was beacons, and we invested in a number of tags, and those tags are in the process of being placed on both staff and equipment. So we're looking at doing over 200 assets eventually, and ultimately would like to have the entire staff tagged. And so the purpose of that would be that we would be able to track all staff as well as ventilators, and that the information that produced would help us to begin to create a digital twin of our hospital. Now, eventually, it's an incredibly long-term project that has been very interesting to work through the series of steps. But we're really just getting started. We have some early results in relation to workflow and optimization of personnel. And hopefully the future's bright for the project. And I'll let others chime in. That's just my 2 cents.
Thanks very much, Hamilton.
Yeah, well, I can say a word or two about some of the things that we're interested in at Boston Children's. I think you've already heard that there's so much going on at the hospital, but at the hospital level itself, as the former Chief Safety and Quality Officer, I'm especially interested in applications that are really going to be in the realm of what I would call system surveillance about patient events that we don't want to happen. The prior session about ICU deterioration was a great just a great part of that, at least in the ICUs. But I personally am interested in seeing that much more broadly deployed. We have some work going on in our cath lab right now to look not only at the changes in the patient, but also in the context of what's going on around the patient in the system. And the concept of surveillance in the system to look for things that are not happening the way they should, or things that we can predict might happen, and going ahead and trying to influence those are what we're trying to do. I think what Hamilton was talking about all of the infrastructure and underpinnings that are needed in order to really pull that off is really what the institution is trying to create for itself. But we're only very partway in that process, and to understand how that should be done.
That's wonderful.
What's going on our side is that curiosity about the application of AI in hospitals drove us to explore different areas. One was the possibility of setting up a digital twin for a physiological model. And there is actually a group of researchers in Europe having this objective as a mission for the Virtual Physiological Human Institute. And that was pretty interesting. However, the experience that we had with this research area was limited because they're most interested in pharmacology and in modeling actually the kinetics of new drugs. Then we came out with another idea that was, we are dealing with a number of things going on in the hospital that patients, that make the life difficult for patients and doctors as well. And we asked our CMO, would you like to have something more suitable, more comfortable, more easy, instead of the paper reports about the performance of the hospital, something that you can model and can try to model without making any problems to patients in the hospital, to see if your ideas are applicable in practice. And then we start discussing this. And this year, the European Commission launched a research project that was a call for proposals, actually. We made an application for that, and we partnered several other hospitals in Europe for performing a digital twin that is intended to simplify and smoothing the patient journey. We're together with Barcelona, with Helsinki, with Madrid and other hospitals. It's pretty interesting, and we are ready to feed this machine that should actually simulate these models. Hopefully, this information will be applicable in practice, because I feel like this is the most difficult thing.
Terry, so I'm a pediatric surgeon, not a pediatrician, but we've found some applications as well in Cincinnati. And there's a lot of discussion, a lot of different avenues that groups within the hospital are taking this. My interests particularly lie in two realms. One is trying to use image recognition for hazard prevention live in the operating room. So could we have eyes on the field to give some supervision and guide us using CAT scan overlay? We have an image guided surgery platform, and we're trying to incorporate that into it. But personally, my interest is using AI for democratization of knowledge. Our goal is to try to get information around the world. Right now, there are pockets of knowledge. If you have the money, you get the knowledge, and we're trying to break that down so that it's democratized. And the two things we're doing is filtration and dissemination. So how do we filter? There's too much information. There's 2.5 million publications a year. There's absolutely no way anymore to stay current and know what you should be paying attention to. So the question is, could we use AI to help us figure out what's real, what we should be prioritizing to look at? And so we've been applying it locally within our own facilities, own societies, to see if we can accurately predict when an article would be given a high rating by an editorial board. and use, and we've been moderately successful, about 84% negative predictive value, but only using 500 abstracts so far. So we think we can get into the high 90s. That's number one. We also believe that crowdsourcing will help with that as well, and helping to determine, so AI and crowdsourcing. The final thing is, how do we get it out there? And so we need to, and Anthony's heard me say this a million times, but he introduced me to a book called Machine Platform Crowd, which I strongly recommend. And it says that machine learning platforms and crowds will be the future for a lot of things. So we have machine and crowd to help filter, and then platform is our third thing. And we are trying to figure, there it is, that's Andrew McAfee, great book. And we are trying to figure out, how do we disseminate it? So we filtered it, now we need to get it out there. And so we're copying TikTok, right? I mean, so if my kids are addicted to social media and TikTok, well, then I want to take whatever features those are and get healthcare providers addicted to learning. And so we're copying those trends of short pieces of bite-sized content that are engaging and fun to get people to pay attention. So we built a platform to allow dissemination of rapid fire, highly sought after knowledge.
So I like this idea that one of the roles of AI in particular is to pull together data sets that are basically too big for the human brain to take in easily, whether it's data on performance within a hospital, whether it's data on how patients flow through a system. The fear with that, of course, is that in order to do so, you're always throwing out information, right? In order to reduce the data stream to something that humans can do that is sort of bite-sized or analyzable by us. How do we make sure in all of these contexts that the software is not hiding from us things that it in its wisdom thinks we don't need to know about?
Well, I think that that's all in how it's set up, right? And you might need to phase it in. You know, it's hard to get easy insights at the beginning from unsupervised models or massive amounts of data. You really do have to start somewhere, and maybe in a current state of knowledge, you know, even as you build these models. But what you can also do is to create and add, you know, these more exploratory aims to them. And I will say, I liked how this discussion was going, which is partly like, what's the answer to the question that we've been asked? What are we doing now? But also, what are we the most passionate about? And I personally am the most passionate about using these tools for new knowledge, And I'll just give you an example. And this is a project that we're just actually designing now, where we're building these models around safety and system surveillance in the cath lab. Well, of course, we're starting with what we already knew were risk factors for adverse events in the cath lab. And then we're adding in features that are very similar to what the discussion in the ICU about heart rate trends and all that. But then we're going to the actual waveforms themselves in the cath lab with these much more complex models and complex tools to see, is there something we can learn about the basic cardiovascular physiology from the machine learning around those advanced signals that'll go beyond what any of us even know today. And that's personally, you know, gets really exciting.
So tell me what you mean by new knowledge, in the sense that the data is there. What constitutes knowledge what kinds of knowledge are particularly helpful that are not immediately obvious to humans in that situation?
Well, we can let others answer. And I guess, you know, in the micro system, just like Todd is talking about, it's in actually putting knowledge into the context of clinical care delivery that the surgeon just doesn't see, or in our case, the system around the patient, but really fundamental insights about the very basic biology. So as a cardiologist, right, we do a catheterization because there are these critical numbers that we need. There are these critical variables that we think help us understand our patient and what we should do to care for them or what might happen to them. And it's possible that these more complicated evaluations of those intracardiac signals that we just don't even see, we don't even use, we don't even take into account today will add to our ability to treat patients better. And that's my personal, that's what I would say.
So is that when we're talking about the future of AI in pediatric medicine, I'd open up to others the question of, is this the real future? Is the role of AI this extraction of new knowledge? Is it the assistance with current practice? What's going to happen? What does the future hold for us?
So I have a thought on that, and then I saw 2 other microphones open, so I'll be super quick. I don't think it's going to be up to us. I think, and I wait for someone to challenge me here, but here's my guess. There's 2 directions. What do we think is the most important application of AI? And we're at the mercy of where the data is and what's going to be given to us, because that's the easiest for us to use it first. So I think it's going to be the intersection for where we find easily, even though it may not be the best application, it's where the data is going to be, and it's going to be accessible, it's going to be shared, it's going to be powerful, good, clean data. And that's probably where you're going to see the first applications, the biggest applications of AI. And hopefully we'll then move into the most impactful applications, which I think would be not just hospital processes, but also diagnostics and therapeutics that will really help us define how best to diagnose and treat patients. But it may not be that first. I see Alberto was going to say something, Hamilton also.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that the barrier to extract and use the most insightful data will be the most important challenge that we will face in the future, because all the times that we try, we encounter several hurdles that are really, really hard to overcome. At the same time, there's also another lesson that I think is very important. Actually, this kind of approach and using artificial intelligence force us to have a completely different view, and doctors are very scared about that. And the big push is to collaborate with other disciplines. For example, we learned that for smoothing the processes and simplifying this patient journey, we should work with somebody expert in service design. And we hired an architect, which is unusual in a hospital. But this is a very important lesson to learn, because we as doctors think sometimes we are God, and it's not true. We have a lot of things to learn, and not only through artificial intelligence, but also through the collaboration with other people.
Hamilton, you got a...
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, just moving on from there. Yeah, I think probably, to me, the next level is, for both data and knowledge, is getting it to the right person at the right time. I think that's where you'll see that next level being approached. You could even integrate digital twin of an institution into that process, and that knowing which physicians and clinicians are caring for which patients, using that distilled information that Todd was talking about, getting that right information, identifying it, getting it to the right team or the right individual at the right time would really make a difference. And I think that would sort of be the next level and next step to me.
So it is, I did hear, I think people started out talking very strongly about the data. And I think that's a point that Todd just made, and Alberto as well, which is that there's this aspect of AI, which is the synthesis of the data, but of course you have to synthesize the right data. And maybe part of it's the opportunity now to get data that it is sort of relatively unstructured, and let the AI create the structure for us. Is that a fair way of separating these, or is there some what is the opportunity? What's the data opportunity that's been created by the artificial intelligence technology?
I think that, I'm not sure if this is an answer, but as you were asking your question, I think there's that middle layer that is being developed right now that will allow that data to be used in a more robust and much more impactful and informative way. And that's probably where we're at right now in thinking about our institutions and their, so-called readiness for AI and their willingness to go there. Obviously, in South Carolina, they're going there in spades. And our institution sort of lurches forward and then goes back. So I'll just give you an example where we are looking at a tool right now that's probably others are too, that are designed to connect to patients and families outside of the hospital. And they can add wearable technology to that. They can add other structured data to that. It's sort of this back and forth. And we have sort of two different tools we're talking about. One is the very traditional homegrown tool that's basically an extension of some of the clinical tools that we use to do care coordination inside the hospital and bring information together, but it's built the old way, right? The other one is a tool that's being built by, by a company that's an ML company. And the tool itself doesn't fit quite as nicely into our EHR, but it's all set up, right, with the cloud and the massive data streaming to be pouring information into the sky. If we wanted to coordinate with every hospital here and pour the same information in, it's all set up. And it's been, a year of discussion, which of the two should we choose? Okay, and we haven't made a decision yet. So, and I just take that, to the next level. I'd love to hear the other institutions, people who are all on this call AI friendly about, what they're facing. Because to me, they're not the same choice. They're super different choices. But internally, many, many people are looking at that EHR integration piece as the most important component of what we're doing. Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I think most reasonably progressive hospitals understand the value of AI. I don't think there's many who would say AI is nonsense. Mm-hmm. I think the question is, what's our game? What piece are we playing in the game? What is the role of the hospital? Are we just providing our data and we should rely on the much more robust companies to be developing these algorithms and we help provide the data for those? Or are we in the business of creating algorithms? And if I had $10 million to spend, am I going to hire a team that's going to be creating Cincinnati children's specific algorithms? That would be, as Kathy said, those would be the absolute most specific to my organization. Or is that not how the game is going to be played? The game is going to be played that someone else is going to be making these algorithms and we're providers of data and we apply those algorithms in our organization and we should be environmentally scanning for the best algorithms out there. I don't know. And I'm curious. Yeah, Hamilton?
Well, I think it's a great point. I think the approach that I would take is somewhere in between, in that I think you need to leave yourself the flexibility to carve out vendor-specific answers to certain questions and homegrown solutions for others. And that if you try to go too far one way or the other, you're going to tie your own hands and, potentially limit your ability to optimize your investment between the two, if that makes sense. I think what I think you really need is a team to figure those pieces out. Mm-hmm. And you need the people that know the difference and can say, okay, well, this product from X vendor is clearly going to be much better than anything we can create in the investments there. And there's this small other area where it just makes a lot more sense. It's hard to generalize and we should be trying to create our own solution.
Yeah, just to add, I do think the institution could create its own AI-enabled platforms. It's just, it hasn't in that same way right now. So it wasn't so much the build versus buy conversation. It was really about what you thought was a priority in the technology, for the future. My thought, Todd, is that what I've learned in AI Med, since, and I'm still, coming just for the last few years, is that if we don't have the clinicians sitting next to the data scientists, this is absolutely true in my own projects thus far, they're not going to be as good tools They just aren't. So I really want to see a co-creation model here. I don't know about Cincinnati only. I think we can all do this together. But I think we need a model where the clinicians and the data scientists are creating the optimized tools that we need.
I must echo Kathy's words. Absolutely. I'm so, you know, I always tell this story because the very first time I attended AI Med in California, I was shocked because I thought I have to learn everything from scratch because there's a completely different perspective and completely different from what I learned when I was young. But the only way to fill this gap is bringing together the different competencies and sit at the same table and work side by side. Absolutely. Otherwise, it will not be working.
I'd like to make a comment in addition to that. I think that's both those points are incredibly salient and important in the process. And I think even to take it a step further, it's not only getting everybody at the right table, it's making sure they can understand each other. And that takes some education. It really does, because if you bring a phenomenal domain expert with no knowledge of how any of this works and a data scientist who has not interacted with clinicians very much, you know, it doesn't always produce the best results, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a while. And I think the institutions that really want to lead are going to have to put that work in to bring that, to bridge that gap. And I think it takes a long time.
The gap is significant. This happens with all technologies when you try to apply them to medicine, which is that, you know, as the doctors, we think differently than the engineers, which is a good thing. And it's about putting these things together, but it's that matching of the technology and the technological prowess to the actual clinical needs. And how do we drive that? How do we make sure that this is going to happen as well as possible going forward?
You have the right people here. This is an unbelievable opportunity because everybody attending this conference and everybody involved in the activity of AI Med can play this role. And I think this is a unique opportunity that we should take advantage of as soon as possible, because this means also learning in a different fashion. We as doctors should learn different things, but at the same time, we should learn to speak a different language, as Hamilton has perfectly said. This is the right people to start with. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult if we wait for somebody doing something outside of this box, I think.
Pediatric people do love to collaborate. They do that better than the adult world for whatever reason. In other projects that I've set up with more collaborative QI projects, one trick to get started is pick a problem, and it can't be too pie in the sky, but that all of us are struggling with, that everybody, you really need to work together to solve. And then you have to, you know, convince people that we all want to solve it. So we're going to work together. We're going to set the structures up to do it. So the one trick is, what would be the problem that would be so compelling that, you know, hospitals in Italy and in Cincinnati and in California and in Boston and South Carolina would all say, we have to be part of that project, whatever that means.
I have a question that might be relevant to that in terms of a project that I'd personally be interested in, which is that I feel like a lot of the role of artificial intelligence has been very similar to the role of statistics, which is that you learn associations, we learn fundamental truths about basic science. But how could you use this technology to actually make clinical decisions about an individual patient? There's a patient you're seeing right now, right in front of you. They're in the operating room, they're in the clinic. What's the role of artificial intelligence going forward in that moment to actually assist with the clinical decision making and improve the health outcomes for that child?
Well, Todd was talking about bringing the right data, maybe someone else to that decision at that moment. And there's many layers to that. But one of the things that I've been hearing a lot about lately and really been thinking about is the expected trajectory of a patient or a disease, and then a detection algorithm that shows if we've fallen off that trajectory so that we need to do something. The ICU example that we just heard about is an example of that, but it's a very micro example. There's also examples, for instance, in congenital heart disease, of people are starting to think of a life course approach. What is the expected trajectory of a single ventricle patient, to grow up to be a 50-year-old with a Fontan? And then when can we just detect that our patients fell off that trajectory? So there's sort of the micro and the macro level. But I think predictive analytics and the data that we are all generating can start to think about these problems in that way.
I like that idea of using prediction as being one of the roles of these models, and then the value of that prediction, like say for detecting unexpected events or potentially falling off your expected trajectory. Do others have comments on that?
I think that I always think that doctors love, for example, having advice from their peers. What you actually can see in every single hospital, in every ward, is what would you think of giving this therapy? And the young doctor speaks to the old doctor, or they discuss together. I feel like that one of the developments of AI will be trying not only to give a one-shot feedback for a decision, but interact with doctors in a fashion which is similar to speaking with a human. So trying to provide an interface, some information, as if artificial intelligence was a very smart doctor. I can tell you that, for example, in this during this last months, there is a huge discussion on the web and on social networks about the right therapies on COVID-19. And it's crazy because there are a lot of terrible things. On the other hand, this explains and underlines the need that doctors have to have advice from somebody else. So since clinical decision systems so far are really, cannot be so complex, I think that in the future we will have something more interactive to feed and to have feedback from.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt you'll have point of care predictive solutions. I do want to sort of touch on a few things and aggregate them all together from what I heard Hamilton, Kathy, and Alberto say. So I want to second the point, and then this is going to end in a but I want to second the point that Hamilton said. So Kathy said co-creation. Totally believe in the co-creation between healthcare providers and data scientists. That's at a local level. We need co-creation, though, on a global scale between organizations. So that's a great example of AI Med, right? It's a melting pot where people are coming together. iSpy is another example of that, where people are coming together to begin the discussions of collaborative, because the only way for this to be impactful is if we all sort of aggregate our data. And that's the but, because we're going up against the liability of that. The liability of that is, the biggest challenge I've seen is that very few hospitals are going to be willing to feel that they're going to be safely sharing their data. And until that is figured out, how you can, now I want to hear, Kathy made a face, so I want to hear what she has to say now. But I want to hear why. So one opportunity is you de-identify it. You separate the data from and make it safe. But the problem is, the more you segregate the data, so you have just labs or just this, it makes less sense. You kind of have to keep it together, I think, in order for it to be understandable. And that then is the liability risk. So Kathy, do you?
My brief comment was just going to be that one little trick is to do it under our research hat. Somehow it's all safer under that hat, right? PedsNet. So, we're just doing research, we're over here looking for fundamental insights. We really want to change the world, right? But it's going to be easier to do it. And we all know how to do collaborative research. We share data all the time under our academic research hat.
Yeah, I'd like to second that point. I think that's Kathy's point. I think that's a really important one. I think a lot of the infrastructure does already exist under the auspices of research, and it doesn't make any sense not to use it. And I agree. I mean, we shouldn't look at this necessarily as we, any different from any other new technology that was implemented, usually in the beginnings through sharing data via research.
I think I agree perfectly. We use always the trick of presenting as a research something that is completely different, because it's one of the tricky points. Everybody is comfortable with the magic word. At the same time, it might be a problem because sometimes you can't use the same methods, the same methodologies that you use in research for studying AI or for implementing AI, which is a completely different science. So we live in this contradiction all the time. And in Europe, this is a very big problem, because there's a lot of resources are available for research. But at the same time, when you go to theory, to implementation and practice, everybody disappears, no funds, no resources. And this is a problem, and it's a cultural problem that we should face and address as well.
Well, this is always the divide between research, hypothesis-based quest for knowledge, and innovation and engineering, which is the creation of things, whether it be software or devices or processes, with the role of research then being the follow-up. Did the thing work as your hypothesis? But I completely agree. It's essential to create the things that need to be tested. What are the big wins in artificial intelligence for pediatrics that are going to convince the world that this is an area that needs to be invested in?
I'm not sure, but it may be that some of the system level modeling and optimization that sort of really improves the patient experience will convince, I don't know who the world was in that sense, but if the world is the people leading institutions who would have to agree if we were going to do all this cool stuff, kind of solving the problems. Like one of the tricks I learned years ago, and I mentor junior people all the time, I say, go find your boss's biggest problem and say, I'm going to help you solve that. And if you do that, then you can do with the rest of your time like anything you want. So if you can figure out what some of the biggest problems are that the institutions are really working around, that might help.
I think outcomes will drive this. If we see, I mean, that's the music to the ears right there. If you can prove in better outcomes instead of hypotheticals, it's going to drive this, and it will continue to grow new ventures.
I think we can't restrict our thoughts to just one single objective, because actually AI is a universal tool that we can apply to every single challenge. One of the things that, for example, we adopted as a driver was, okay, let's think that AI can smooth the patient journey. What is the outcome that we want to obtain? And it says shortest time to operation for surgery, for example, and shorter length of stay. This is perfect, because when you have this clear, it will be very straightforward to go for your application. And this should be an example that can be applied to every single challenge. I think that clearing up our minds about the objectives to be achieved and outcomes and possible indicators will be perfect for driving new applications for AI.
One really relevant example right now, David Nichols, who's the current president and CEO of the American Board of Pediatrics, has put out a challenge. I heard it recently that all healthcare facilities should end disparities in healthcare in the United States by race, ethnicity, et cetera, within 10 years. And so, I mean, that would be a really interesting cross-cutting question. You know, could you meet David Nichols' challenge and apply AI to reduce the horrible disparities that we have in our country that COVID has emerged? That would just be another suggestion.
Well, that's wonderful, and I think really as we think forward, it is these applications that are ultimately going to drive the success of this field, and it's what's going to have the biggest impact for pediatrics. We are at the end of our time for this session, and Kathy, Todd, Alberto, and Hamilton, I want to thank you all for a fascinating and stimulating discussion and for your insights. And I'm going to hand this over to Alberto, who is chairing the next session, and look forward to the rest of our afternoon together. Thank you so much, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, still here. Good morning or good evening or good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm Alberto Tozzi. I'm broadcasting from Rome, Italy. And seamlessly from the previous panel discussing about the digital twins and artificial intelligence in healthcare, we want now to make a transition to another topic, which is ethics in AI. I don't know why I'm always involved in these discussions about ethics in AI, which is funny because it's not my specialty. But there are 2 or 3 things that possibly explain this. One is that as a as a hospital, I live in a Catholic hospital, and actually our boss is the Pope, and so ethics is everywhere. We can't do a move without thinking about the benefit and the wellness of the children, which is very good, because actually thinking this with this mindset has a lot of advantages for going on and developing applications and even technologies sophisticated like AI. On the other hand, I've been discussing with a lot of people much more experienced than I am, and I never thought that there were so many questions and concerning ethics that might be relevant to the application of this technology. And many times doctors may not be aware of this kind of problems. And that's why we thought that discussing together with this stellar speakers tonight will be absolutely good for raising concerns, raising problems that are not addressed yet, and also preventing some of the disparities, inequalities, and problems that artificial intelligence may have in ethics. I must say that this is particularly important when we think about children, for pediatricians and for pediatrics, because children are children and they cannot behave as adults do, and they have completely different problematics when compared to healthcare in adults. And that's why it's very specific, and I'm so glad that we're discussing in this panel. And I think I will learn a lot of things. So my first question is, coming from a discussion that we had a few minutes ago, and it's about data sharing, because you can feed artificial intelligence with data, but most of the times we have problems coming out with regulation, with the informed consent for families and children, and from infrastructures that do not allow very easily to actually share the data, especially when you want to pull together data coming from different institutions. What is your thought about the possible solutions that we might actually consider in the future, and also for seamlessly feeding artificial intelligence machines that ideally would be not localized in single institutions, but will be at the service of networks. Who wants to comment on that?
I'm happy to go first. So perhaps before I'm answering your question, I want to make a general comment on the fact that in AI ethics, we haven't discussed much the problem of children yet, or whether this is a different angle we should look at, because we are discussing a lot on the ethical challenges of AI in healthcare, but when I was asked to join the panel, I was actually thinking, well, I don't know much about ethics in children in the context of AI, because there's not much out yet, and I feel we need to have more research on that question, and whether and where are the differences between AI in healthcare when developing it in adults versus children. And now I'm coming to your question with the data sharing. I mean, I feel it's a lot more. I mean, we are already facing, when we are only looking at developing AI for adult patients, we already face a lot of problems around data sharing because we have the different data silos and also the question of bias. But I believe, like, when we are looking now at children and how can AI actually improve children who are ill, etc., I think we are facing even more problems, because, like you mentioned, we have the problem of informed consent, because depending on the age of the child cannot give her consent. So we need the parents, and then we also need to make sure that we are actually protecting children and also their privacy. And I think that's something one hasn't really discussed yet.
Victor, you want to comment?
Sure. So I look at children as perhaps the most in need of artificial intelligence. I mean, I feel that artificial intelligence is the future. If we look at, for example, how modeling and complexity theory and artificial intelligence, machine learning has improved our ability to diagnose, to better forecast weather. To me, it seems almost immoral that we've not been able to embrace that same attitude of applying and learning to artificial intelligence application in children. I mean, children are the most vulnerable members of our society. And even though we look at them as pediatric surgeons and pediatricians as being extraordinarily resilient, we also appreciate that their ability to suffer the frailties, the vagaries, and the vicissitudes of adult decision-making is not infinite. And so if we can avoid making critical mistakes in either diagnosis or in treatment, or if we can apply artificial intelligence to help us perhaps have a more accurate diagnosis in a more timely manner, that to me is a compelling cause for really rethinking how deliberate we need to be in exploring really the limitations as well as the potential for artificial intelligence.
Addison, what do you think about the problems that we encounter and how to address them?
In my mind, and one of my mentors likes to bring this point up a lot as well, there's a sense that we could have more democratization of healthcare. So if we can create solutions kind of like on this call where we have people from all over the world, and they can be applied not just to your own institution, but to areas in India where they may have limited resources or where there might not be specialists in the area, we can also create platforms and ways to extend artificial intelligence to help address some of the inequalities we see in particular in pediatrics. And the other thing that I think it's particularly useful for is the numbers issue. Like, we just don't have the power in many of our studies to help patients that have very rare diseases. So I think it's, in my mind, there's almost an ethical dilemma by not using these solutions as they emerge to help pediatrics specifically.
Good. I have another question for you, because it's something that also is coming from other discussions, but as an epidemiologist, I'm very glad to bring in this panel. We are always obsessed about data quality, and I'm aware that actually it might not be a big problem having dirty data feeding an algorithm, because actually machine learning works considering also data that are not actually perfect. On the other hand, especially speaking of pediatrics, we have another special problem, which is data coming from children, with the exception of vitals, biological data, and other things, might be mediated by parents, by families, and so on. And so we have data coming from proxies. Do you think this might be a problem for actually the quality and the performance of algorithms, and or it's something that is just to be taken into consideration when interpreting the results of AI application in pediatrics? I will go the same round. Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just like Edison already mentioned, also the rare diseases, where we have a problem where we do not have enough data, and where there needs to be more data sharing. The same problem we see then for AI if we want to develop AI for children, because you need the data, and it should be if you are using images, for example, to train the algorithm, it should be images from the children, not from like adults. Otherwise, we are seeing the same problem we often see in the drug space, that you have a lot of off-label uses for children. And so I think this is something which we need to address. How can you ensure, on the one hand, and especially if you also have rare diseases or only like a specific disease for children, etc., how do you get like the data? And that actually is a necessity, that you share a lot of data, but how do you build that in a framework which is ethically? And I think that's kind of challenging, especially as you mentioned, if you have proxies who are giving the consent. And I mean, you need to have like some safeguards in place. Let's say like the child suddenly turns 18 and doesn't want this, that the parents in the first place committed to that and shared the data of the child. You need to have like opt-out systems in place theoretically. Like I think there's a lot to figure out, because you have different and more people involved in this entire process.
Alberto, I'm going to take a different sort of approach on this. The space that I'm particularly interested in is the implicit biases and the cognitive biases that we as human beings have in interacting with patients. I'm very interested in developing a predictive algorithm that would identify, let's say, a child who's going into shock well before our conventional monitors are able to detect that. And I believe that we have that capability. I'm driven to pursue this because I think to me, there's a clear sort of appreciation of the biases that we have for other individuals, and in particular, minorities in our country, in the United States, are often considered as perhaps seeking pain medication, often getting delayed diagnoses because some people may think that they are malingering, and in some cases not responding, let's say, to what a parent might convey to a caregiver about the condition that their child is in. So how might AI, to me, how might an algorithm help circumvent those biases that are widely recognized and that impact and influence then the outcome of patient care. It is well known that the United States, there's different disparities in outcomes for similar conditions, particularly as it relates to racial. So that's number one. Number two is that depending on where you grow up in the United States, we now appreciate that there is the biological embedding of neighborhood consequences. And I think that also influences, let's say, an algorithm that's developed looking at a population of healthy, let's say, Caucasians, and trying to apply that, let's say, to a minority population. So I think that I don't really feel that many people are aware of epigenetics and how that might influence then the the algorithms that we developed if we look at simply a homogeneous population.
Adi?
Yeah, I think AI offers actually the perfect solution for pediatrics. Kind of touching on what Sarah said, we want to look at pediatric data, but we also, as Victor was saying, want to look at different groups of patients within pediatrics. So you're going to start segregating the populations into even smaller silos. And if you have enough data for each of those patient groups, you're offering them better outcomes. So in particular, I'm a pediatric cardiology fellow at Boston Children's, and we do Z-scores, but these for measurements on echocardiography, but they're not looking at African-American youth in particular, or children from other countries. They're looking at whoever we decided to study at that time and saying that there are certain normals, and we'll be perplexed by certain images and say like, oh, I wonder if that, coronary is normal or not for this specific patient, but we're putting this one size fits all approach to medicine, or like, oh, their Z-score is perfect for looking at a white child, for example, or a Caucasian child. And so I think that one of the projects I'm working on right now is looking at view classification of being able to identify different views in echocardiography to later be able to apply that and potentially look at measurements and be able to actually look at different populations and what normal is for each child individually. And then touching something else, something else that Victor mentioned that kind of sparked my interest was sort of the inequalities we also see in just healthcare delivery and our urgency to treat patients. I think sometimes like language barriers, in my own experience at Boston Children's, where you do take care of children from all over the world, and sometimes there's a delay in care by getting interpreters involved or like hearing the words of the patients from their native language being translated into English. And so if you can have these data analytics that's able to kind of reduce some of that noise in the background and say like, look, these, all this information from, the wearables and the emergency department and the information coming in that's being analyzed through different algorithms is alerting you to being worried about that, single ventricle patient in the ER or that patient in your clinic. I think that offers you just another way to reduce some of these inequalities we see.
Let me get back to Victor, because actually this point of bias that could be a selection bias coming from the population that you consider in the studies involving AI technologies, which depend a lot from the accessibility of patients to single health structures, obviously. And the use of the right data, predicting, for example, the shock status of the patient. It's right that you can actually derive data directly from tools, from monitors, which seem pretty objective. But most of the times you have a lot of variability, even between different machines. Do you feel like this potential bias, one, which is selection, which is the most important one, I believe, population selection, and two, quality of data, again, could be corrected in some way, because there's a lot of discussion about the statistical applications that you can apply after collecting data. But my question is, if we can do something before collecting data and trying to be more apply more equity to our applications.
So Alberto, I don't I think that's an important question. I don't have the answer for, and perhaps maybe as a result of this conversation, towards the end of it, somebody may come to really what the answer is. But I would, I mean, for me, one of the clear examples of really the pitfalls of not mixing data, appropriately is, let's say, the outcomes of with the COVID epidemic. If you look at the infection rates that took place in the Navajo community near, let's say, Santa Fe Institute, or even in the Black community or the communities of color, when we get reported out the R score, R naught, okay, it's misleading to say that that if you look at simply, if the assumption is that you have adequate mixing, which you don't, then you're going to have a spuriously low R naught, and perhaps overlook the fact that there are certain segments of the population, certain neighborhoods, certain zip codes that have an extraordinarily high R naught. And even in Italy, right? I mean, one of the challenges there was because you had an older population, right? And so that then plays out, unfortunately, in ways that needed care is not being delivered to the appropriate population in as timely a fashion as it could be if you were aware of the pitfalls of, let's say, the not having the mixing that you should have. Does that make sense?
More than enough. Absolutely. This is a very hot topic, and I think we can go ahead for hours. Now, let me see if Sarah has something to add because bias is one of our obsessions when we speak about AI, obviously.
Yeah, I think what we haven't discussed yet probably, bias is a big issue. I feel like we also need to look a little bit for the application, so the individual application for what we are using AI in children. So is it like for diagnostics, prediction models, because you have also now like robots, like care robots for as AIs for children, but also like all these apps, which also teenagers are using and children. So I think where we also need to focus on is a little bit on that we make sure that so if we overcome the problem of, let's say, bias and the data privacy issues around it, I think we need to also make sure that those products also are improving patient outcome and how they are how they fit into the workflow of if it's a hospital or anything else, and if you have like apps which are more addressed to to consumers like than children, how they interact with the AI, and I think we need to also look at that interaction, which we sometimes forget if there's no physician, for example, involved.
Great. Let me pick a question coming from the chat. That is coming from the audience, which is really intriguing, and I wonder how we can address this. What do you think about the role that AI can play in early detection of child abuse and even preventing child abuse? That's challenging because I feel like this would be a great tool. You know how difficult is and delicate as a situation when you are in an emergency room and you have to make a diagnosis of child abuse. Experienced doctors make a straightforward diagnosis most of the times, but it's hard and sometimes it's tough. Addie, did you feel like this is something that we can really address with an AI tool?
I think this sort of reminds me of maybe the role of wearables in the outpatient setting. So if you had, I know a lot of my patients will, for monitoring of SBT, for example, they'll want a bracelet on their baby because they're like, how do I know if my child went into SBT? So I could imagine a place for AI in which parents are, especially younger parents, are more interested in wearables for their babies, just for monitoring general vitals, whether or not they're accurate is still up for discussion, but where you could detect more falls in SpO2, if there's concerns, related to the type of abuse or like a heart rate changes that might alert a different caregiver in that patient's experience to bring them to the ER sooner. I'm trying to think of other solutions that could maybe help with this. This is a difficult question. But in my mind, I think the space for this would be wearables, and then using video monitoring for children or infants, and detecting other caregivers in the home earlier.
That would be really hard. The video mining would be one of the interesting things. Well, we have been making some experiments in the hospital for using video mining. It was a nightmare because everybody was really worried about the privacy and other things. We even tried to use depth cams, which actually can prevent in some way, at least partially, the identity and recognition of the real person. However, Victor, the question to you is, it would be very challenging to do a diagnosis like this. At the same time, if we think about preventing something, as Eddie was suggesting, we should think at a system that is getting data from the real life of the patient. So wearables, video, and other things. This is difficult because you can identify children at risk, for example, but it's very difficult to let them wear suitable devices or other things that may trigger an alert when they have an abuse. And this is something that happens also when monitoring patients remotely for other diseases. What do you think about the limitations and the possibilities that we have with remote monitoring of patients for different purposes? This is the example of child abuse, but I'm thinking also to the big opportunities we have with chronic diseases.
Yeah, so Alberto, let me just explore that with you. There's a forensic psychiatrist here at Cincinnati Children's by the name of Drew Bartzman, who just received a substantial award for actually using natural language processing to actually identify somebody who is at risk for suicide. So one of the things that we've seen here with the pandemic is that there's been an increase in the number of adolescents, Black minority adolescents sort of committing suicide. And so what he has then sort of achieved with some, with a trial is the prediction of that child, what Black child is going to potentially harm themselves. So that's self-violence. The group in Chicago, so Chicago also has one of the highest violence rates as far as Black on Black crime. They also have done a randomized controlled trial looking at, again, artificial intelligence, and that's the title of the newspaper sort of clip, was AI can actually predict who's at higher risk for violence. So I've taken two examples, not child abuse, but very similar as far as interpersonal violence, where machine learning, artificial intelligence has had some application or some utility in those two instances. And then the question is then, could we look at what they're doing with suicide and high-risk interpersonal violence to see how it might be able to warn us about a caregiver who is at risk for harming his or her child? Okay.
No, that's really fascinating. Sarah, what do you think about the potential, but also about the limitation? I'm thinking of small children, for example, which is much more difficult to manage as a case of potential abuse or other problematic or behavioral problems.
I'm not sure if I can add much more than Victor and Eddie already mentioned. It's like it's a very difficult question. I cannot give like a perfect answer to that. Like it's tricky.
I agree with you. And well, I think that also attendees would like to challenge the panel to give special answers. let me touch also another point, which is informed consent, because actually we always speak about the possibility of sharing data, and actually we have a lot of information available, but at the same time, data are owned by the patients and the families, and we can't use data without having a consent. So one of the suggestions coming from the chat is, what about using social media, for example, for extracting data? We had been trying to do that, and it was really difficult. And you know that GDPR in Europe is a little bit more difficult than HIPAA in the US. But at the same time, I wonder how we can shape the informed consent when we want to share data in a way that is easy to understand for patients, and giving them the right information to share their data, which is a matter of communication. Eddie, do you have experiences in tailoring or shaping the informed consent for special studies that will address also AI application? And there was any experience that was special in that respect?
I haven't had any personal experience with obtaining consent for AI specific related projects, but in my own experience in talking with patients and families about AI solutions, sort of the consensus from the families is, why wouldn't I want to share my patient's data if I could help another child going through the same experience, and sort of sign me up. So I think that obviously different patients are and their families are gonna have different viewpoints, but I think if the conversation is crafted in that the intention of the solution is to help children, it'd be hard pressed to find a family who hasn't suffered dealing with their own child's journey to not want to help another child. So I think it comes down to how we can bring the different stakeholders together to discuss how to do this in an ethical manner. So talk to families, talk to hospital admin, talk to clinicians and data scientists, and how we can kind of construct something that agrees with everyone's view of how AI should be implemented into the hospital space.
Victor, how difficult you think is explaining to families and sometimes to children what will be how the AI application can be explained? This is the hard question, because most of the times when we try to do studies in which we try to explain how an artificial intelligence application, say for example a predictive application in intensive care, how can we explain, while we have a lot of problems in understanding some of the details of AI? What is your experience in this respect?
Well, I mean, I think it's very much a challenge, and I think we're neophytes when it comes to framing science. Science cannot speak for itself. Actually, it's a phrase that Jack Shonkoff uses, and it's here is where I would sort of engage the expertise of an entity like Frameworks Institute, where they have done an extraordinary amount of work about how do you frame a particular challenge? How do you frame a particular need in a way that it actually sort of meets the individual where they are? One of the unique things about the United States, for example, versus Canada, or let's say Japan, the typical American in the United States is a very individual, right? They believe in individuality, versus, let's say, in Japan, where it's more of a collective. Let's build a consensus. And so, what might work in Japan, or even let's say in Italy, may not necessarily work here in the United States. Freedom. You can't tell me I can't wear a mask. Or that I have to wear a mask in the United States. And you see what the outcome of that is here in this country, where we're leading all the developed countries. So how do we frame it, Alberto, in such a way that, and how do we use the available science that can successfully can frame it in a way that that parent is going to be willing to provide their data? So that's a long way of saying I don't know the answer, but there are other people out there who do. So.
Very good. We're coming to the end of this panel. Let me ask you one last question. If you had to score from 1 to 10, the dangers and the opportunities of AI, speaking of from your point of view of ethics, Sarah, your scores.
So the benefits. So first, the benefits from 1 to 10.
Correct.
I would say 7 to 8, and 7 probably, and 3 then for the challenges we need to overcome.
Eddie.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Sarah.
And Victor.
I think the I think the benefits are going to be 10. I think that it's inevitable. We need to embrace it and engage with it. On the other hand, yeah, there are some there are some risk. That how this could be inappropriately used, and we I think have seen that already. So
it's 5 for you.
Yeah. Well, 4.5, 4.5. Okay. All right.
With this, thank you so much. It was
All
a
right.
great panel. I learned a lot of things as usual, and I'm giving the mic to Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, again.
Thank you, Alberto. For me, it's 11 and 7. So some final thoughts. Wow, what an incredible 2 days amongst colleagues and friends talking about the great promise of artificial intelligence and particularly pediatric medicine. I'm part of and go to a lot of artificial intelligence meetings in healthcare and medicine, but we just don't have enough discussion, I think, in pediatrics. So I'm so glad that we were able to get together. I do enjoy the fact that with our virtual platform now, we can see a lot more people from around the world and attendees from all over the world. And I see Randall joining me on my invitation. But I do miss shaking hands and hugging people that I know well and get to know people. So hopefully we'll do that soon. May not be in the near future, but we're aiming to have events in 2022 on live and on site. So looking forward to that. I think I asked Randall to join me because he and I have been in this domain for decades, talking about this for decades, and have had independent journeys and converging more and more now. And I know that AI is far from perfect, but I often wonder the ethics of not embracing this promising resource, particularly in pediatrics. And I think given our patient population and unique challenges compared to adult medicine, I think it behooves us to really up our game in data science and making predictions and working out logistics with automated AI and really make best use of this resource that's ahead of schedule. So Randall, I know you and I have had, that was a great discussion yesterday about the personal journeys and from people from different generations. And I don't know about you, but I've always been a math and chess and computer nerd in high school. And then it was interesting that a heart surgeon inspired me, and someone that you know, Bill Norwood, when I was a fellow in training at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, convinced me that I need to spend time with numbers and got me involved in chaos theory projects that totally blew my mind in terms of kids that had a cardiac arrest versus kids that didn't, and their biological signals were a totally different pattern. And he had the insight 30 years ago that this was going to be big. And I definitely was inspired by that. And then, of course, with the work that you're doing from a decade and a half ago in the meaningful use data group. So I think it's just been an amazing journey in 30 some years, looking back. But it took 30 years to get to this point. And so comments about that. I mean, I know we're all familiar with the Mars law, which is because of the hype, we have lack of patience sometimes for the delivery of dividends. And yet we have a sense of urgency. At the same time, we need to play the long game. And you and I have been playing this game for 30 years, literally a very long game, to see what we've done. So what do you think is going to happen from the present to the future? What's your perspective, Randall?
Well, it's because it's such a tantalizing game, because we and gratifyingly, increasingly more people see the value and believe in the value, and that belief becomes less faith and more reality for each of us as time goes on. So I worried about the AI winter when I discovered it, going, oh my goodness, are we going to go back there again? I don't think so. I don't think this is going to go away this time. And that's because it is much more broadly based than just healthcare. It's everything. And as people say, we're a little bit behind. But I don't think, so the future doesn't contain an AI winter. It contains continued growth.
Winter, as you know, is a relative term, especially since you and I live in Southern California.
And we're having winter today.
That's right. It's very cold here in California. It's in the 50s. For us, it's cold anyway. But I do think we're going to have a bit of a chill in the weather. May not be a prolonged winter, but I do think I'm starting to see the two curves in terms of hype and expectation and delivery starting to widen just a little bit in the last 12 months or so. I hope that it won't be sustained, and I do agree with you. There's too many elements in our lives to have it just disappear like the last two. But I do think that we have to bring some reality checks into this and deliver on some of the dividends that it promises to deliver. And we need to have our sights on the long game, that a decade to two from now, having AI tools in pediatric medicine will be just an amazing achievement. So I agree with you. There won't be a prolonged winter, but I do think the temperatures, just like the temperatures we're feeling today, is lowering a bit for the excitement and the passion and the hype right now.
I sort of view that as, I think our hype is going down, and I think the increasing reality is the gap between the hype and reality is less. That looks like the hype is less, but I'm actually not discouraged by that. And I don't think we haven't got everyone on board yet. I think as more people come in, and I'm also encouraged that the data issue, do we have enough data, diverse enough and from enough places to really make this hum, is getting solved. I think we heard about a lot of efforts around the country. Everybody has realized this issue. I think this will be the next acceleration.
Perhaps there's a sweet spot also between the yearn to share data, even globally, at the same time have enough local talent and projects that you actually believe this is the resource that it is. Because I think if we just keep hoping and yearning for sharing data to have major impact, you may be waiting for quite some time, because that's going to has its own timeline as well. And I don't think you and I will be discouraged, but I'm just hoping people who are in it now, or starting getting into it, or the venture capitalists that have the investment money for it, won't lose patience as we get into the more difficult projects. And I think the recent yield in medical imaging with deep learning has been pretty good, pretty convincing. But I think the future projects like the ones you're doing really need some more clinician wisdom and experience and input. And that's going to be more time consuming, not to mention requires more patience as well to tinker with. So I'm hoping people won't lose patience through that process.
I guess, you do get in your own echo chamber even about this. I'd say I've seen the clinicians that I interact with getting more on board, but that's the clinicians I interact with.
Right. Especially we have more echoes than ever before, given the pandemic, and we
that's right.
Yeah, we need to really try hard to think out of the box now because we are in a box.
Well, and and none of that changes the urgency of the problem.
Yeah.
I do think that this was some meeting ago, but I first heard the phrase, people are dying today for lack of AI in healthcare.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes.
And that is a driving urgency from my perspective. I also think that we're in the right field, pediatrics. I think that we are much more collaborative and cooperative. And I think that the fact, and much more sharing, and perhaps that's because we're passionate about the medical care we provide, and understand the limitations that I do think that we are beginning to address. The venture capitalists losing their interest, I think there'll be small projects for them to go on, especially in the expansion of IoT to healthcare products and wearables and personal stuff. There's plenty of AI examples, not necessarily in hard medicine, but around where people are making money with personalized monitoring that we can extend fairly easily. And that will keep certainly will provide data, but it'll also keep the interest up. I think that has the potential to explode still.
Yeah. So I think there's much promise. And again, it's not about the technology, it's about the education, the cultural transformation at your institutions and companies, and also human to human relationships to do things together. And I think in pediatrics, we're known for that. So hopefully that will give us a tremendous momentum as we move forward, and also require patience. And I just want to say, on a human to human note, I just want to publicly thank Randall for, around this time last year, actually, coming to visit me at the hospital when I was recovering from my urgent heart surgery. Although he did make me laugh when I specifically asked him not to give him my degree of pain from my chest tubes. But I want to say a special thank you to him during his busy days to take the time out, and we chatted for a whole afternoon. And of all the things that we talked about and worked on together and sharing the agendas, I think that's the one thing I'll never forget. And spending a few hours with you that afternoon and talking about everything except AI was such a highlight for me. So I want to thank him for that.
Well, I guess you had the pain from the chest tubes because you didn't have an adequate amount of morphine on board, because and you're proving that because you remember the conversation.
And I wanted to make it to our AI Med meeting in December. So I really
And you did. You've had a remarkably quick recovery.
Yes. So,
and I followed in your footsteps a month ago by ending up in the same room that I visited you in as a cardiac patient, having a stent for my myocardial ischemia. Yeah. So I was glad that you'd given me the introduction to being on. I'm glad I wasn't there as long as you were.
Talking about another interesting spin in our lives, but I think it just goes to prove that human to human bonding is, even though I think the virus has the upper hand in this pandemic, that they'll never get to enjoy that, because it does take living things to enjoy that. And I know we're in for a particularly challenging time, particularly in the US, given the issues around the pandemic. But I just want to give Albert Camus, who wrote The Plague, that I've recently had the pleasure of rereading, the last words for our meeting, because I think in the depth of winter, we will learn that there will be an invincible summer. So hoping that we'll get to see that summer together. And I wish everyone well, and thank you for being part of these remarkable 2 days that I've summarized in a takeaway document that will be forwarded to you as well. So Randall, thank you very much for
pleasure
this meeting.
Another great meeting.
Yes, thank you. And goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye and thank you.